Welcome back, everybody, to Call of Duty Challengers and our final season of Challengers Elite. Heck, we're in our final week of group stage before we get to our final instance of playoffs. Lots of finals. It means we're getting really close to the postseason, and we've got a lot of key matchups on the day to figure out who very well may lock one of those top 4 spots. Of course, I'm my whole chip. With me, as always, is Visions. Brother, we had a really interesting treat to our 2 matches in EU to start the day, and I think they may be surpassed by the ones we have on the docket here for North America. No bias.
Yeah, no, no bias. Just throwing it out there early, but I think we're in for a really good time. As we take a look at the schedule, we can kind of see what matches that are on the chopping block here for us. And while kicking it off, we will be jumping on with yet another Ultra team. This one, of course, will be Ultra Academy NA, and they'll face off against Destroy the Odds. That has certainly had some surprises, at least so far. And then a little bit later on, we'll jump into that 3 Kings Gaming and Iron Blood Gaming matchup to kind of finish off day number 1 here in week 2.
Yeah, really interesting first matchup here. Also, just generally speaking, you talk not just about this season, but of course we have to start inserting the conversation around champs. The only team that's really safe to lock in a top 4 international auto bid is this Ultra Academy NA team, just due to the fact that they have been really consistent, not just across what they've done in these elite seasons, but also across both of the opens. Of course, they were the team that fell just a touch short of that whatever it takes Shady Kings roster. On the other front, though, Hollow, Jintroid, Mach, and Venom. What's been happening here? Because it feels strange to not have these guys at kind of the forefront of the conversation for an entire season like we're used to.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a little bit strange that we just have not seen as much as, some of these members that we're used to seeing. Now, I think Hollow, Mach, and Jintroid, they've kind of been, like within a trio for a good amount of time now, but kind of adding in Venom has definitely done wonders to their Search and Destroy, probably done wonders to their leadership. And he's kind of one of the players that, I was really looking at with this roster, Alan, because, Venom got brought up to the Pro League last year, right? Like he was playing with Paul. He had that Wester roster at the beginning of Cold War where they had an incredible start, went on a dynasty run. And then, from there on out, after Venom had kind of, got dropped from that Thieves roster, we haven't really seen a bunch of them. So I'm excited to see how this team's going to be able to do it. I'm also excited to see what they've been able to do to some of their other game modes besides Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing when it comes to becoming a more formidable threat in North America, because since this team has been together as a group before, the results really have not necessarily been there. So we'll see what exactly the best of 5 looks like for these 2 teams as they square off for a very pivotal match when it comes to the overall standings as we continue to kind of work through this group stage. DTO, 3-1, really solid so far. We'll have a Tuscan Desert and Gavuda to start us off, where Ultra Academy are also near the top of the chopping block, so to speak. Still also at 3-1 overall in their record. So a kind of, I would say, buffer zone will be created in one way or the other here, depending on who wins this series. What are your thoughts on at least the first 3 maps here, Austin?
Yeah, I think coming in with the first couple of maps here, the Desert Siege is likely something I think that might go over to DTO. These guys have just been flawless when it comes to this game mode, but I'm hoping that they come out and kind of maybe, throw Ultra off, at least at the beginning. Now, the one thing I will say about Ultra Academy NA is that, they've been so consistent. They know they're dominant. They know they're good for champs, that I think they actually have let up on the gas a little bit. And, overall, these guys obviously still need to try to do well, still want to put themselves in the best possible spot. So I think coming in here, it's important for them to have like a really convincing series against a squad that isn't so good in Respawn, but really big on the opposite end for GTO, I think, to have a really strong map number 1, because it sets you up for what you've been playing for, which is ultimately those map number 5s when it comes down to the S&Ds. So if you can grab a Respawn, that's kind of maybe your win condition I'm looking at for as far as these guys being able to pull off what would be an upset in my mind.
And I think just to get this whole series started, not only do you look at map 1 as kind of a nice-to-have win, but think about the potential going into a Desert Siege Search and Destroy, where not only are you 3-0 on, but you've taken down whatever it takes and 3 Kings, who I consider to be very highly rated Search and Destroy teams, in pretty convincing fashion. So not only is it your ability to start off maybe just 1-0 in this series, but you would have to hope in the mind, if you're a DTO fan, that if you win this Tuscan, you're probably starting the series up 2-0, which would be great news when it comes to trying to establish yourself in this particular season as a major threat to North America. The other thing to kind of keep in the back of our minds, and we'll kind of insert this conversation here and there when we have the chance to, but kind of talking more about that champs prospects overall. I mean, you've got your top 4 international teams right now are, as you mentioned, Ultra NA, and then 3 EU teams. But there are some squads that are on the precipice of possibly being able to get in there, depending on how they do this season. You're looking at teams like Exceed Squad. They're sitting at 13.5 thousand points, which is not bad at all, or 135,000 points, I should say. They're right in the mix when it comes to trying to take over some of these EU teams, but it's an absolute grinder out here in North America trying to get those top 4 spots based on that champs format. So when you're looking at a team like DTO, they would have to essentially finish top 2 in this particular season and also put together a good cup number 13. So I think this is not just an establishment of hopefully you do well in this matchup, but hopefully it builds some confidence as you look to try to make that push towards an auto qualification spot in playoffs.
Well, looks like we're ready to jump in here, and already engagement's coming through. Gintroid has been able to open up with 3, and Venom just hits a quick flank right around the back, be able to bring in a couple more. So that's exactly the opening you want to have here if you're Destroy the Odds, is they're going to be able to set up a bit of a perimeter through the front. See if Gintroid can keep this going. No, Vico will finally shut him down, but already early 20 points on the board here for DTO.
And I like this. Look at the second line that's coming through now all of a sudden for DTO. You've got Hollow kind of watching the long cross. He's got assistance for Venom from somebody up close, and it works out really nicely. Hollow does get pushed back, but there's really not much that Mohawk could do from this position. So not only is it a good initial time, their setups have allowed them kind of a second line of defense to confirm the rest of this full setup here at P1. So yeah, flawless start here from the side of Destroy the Odds. And on the other front for Ultra NA, you kind of all of a sudden feel like, oh shoot, we better get some good time here on Column, otherwise you're just be looking down the conversation point of having to put together a comeback.
Yeah, now it certainly is going to be a little bit of pressure to try to lock in at least a good 40 seconds off the point. That's what you're aiming for. Vico's going to hit a bit of a route, so he's going to leave the back open, but he is able to at least find a kill. So now he's got to worry about the front, and Gintroid is there, and well, Mock is able to work all the way around the back there. So unfortunate timing coming through there for Vico, thinking he had an angle to maybe to help from the front. Will cost him a bit, and right back in the point is going to be Destroy the Odds.
Yeah, that's as clean as we've seen when it comes to working around for spawns and the hard point simultaneously. Now a little bit of aggression from Hollow, and don't forget about Darian. He's just as good as he ever was playing with OGLA back in the Modern Warfare season. Heck of a start from him now, 5-2 overall. Him and Gintroid really kind of dominating the conversation across these first 2 hills, and Hollow a chance to actually lock things down backside towards tiles. Did see Mohawk for a second, but as far as the transition is concerned, DTO are watching rooftops and they're watching mid-cross. This is perfect.
I mean, this is the setup that you want to have when you talk about the Fountain Hill. Mohawk, with a little bit of patience, is going to try to make a play, but then slides out. So now an opportunity to hold on and really run away with the game. This is absurd, the scoreline we currently have in front of us, but some good nades are coming in. Ultra now on the push, trying to just funnel up this mid-alley. The nades in the back are good to at least get Hollow out, and now he's got to find Venom, but Venom moves in and can't find the second. It's Scrappy that holds on, and we'll buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, the spawns are still good, so even though it would have been nice to get the double, you're still able to get your teammates involved here. The thing about it is, with 20 seconds left remaining, you also don't want to be short-sighted as you look over towards Church, and that actually is the call for DTO to kind of give up this scrap time and make a move over towards the Church hardpoint. So as far as Ultra Academy is concerned, terribly slow start, but the gift of some free scrap time here keeps you in this game.
It certainly does. Vehicle and Scrap able to work together for a nice little pickup on the Gintroid. That's going to ignite the push through radio. Nade's going to heavily tag them. Slow them down here for a very quick moment. And Hollow, well, he just waited patiently through the middle of the map, and Venom up top also comes away with 2. This has been great, but are they going to read the spawns in the back?
Doesn't look like it. Mock is kind of just watching the side alleyway, and yeah, it's just completely caught off guard. Gintroid trying to pick things up, trying to keep his team involved. Not going to work out too well, but Hollow is able to at least keep the side of the Church field safe. Venom now on the re-aggression, and all of a sudden, as much as DTO is just caught completely off guard with their pants down, Ultra NA slow to kind of take advantage of it. They don't really get a setup after they get the initial break, and DTO are back in the blink of an eye.
I mean, like, this is, very surprising, I feel like, for a lot of people that have been watching over this Ultra Academy NA roster. They're known for their aggression, known for a lot of their teamwork, but, that has not really been coming together whatsoever. And because of it, I mean, DTO almost looking at what is a 100-point lead, going into this final hill on the first rotation. But Venom, he could blow this wide open, and oh my goodness. Oh, he does get traded out. Vico with a key kill to make sure Venom isn't breaking open the setup. And so far, so good. They're able to at least defend somewhat of the first push. This is critical time that you need here if you're Ultra Academy.
Yeah, it really is. And Mohawk actually last couple of shots before he went to the reload gets him the double. Vico not feeling confident, though, in the play will back up to value his life. Scrap on the re-aggression. Good for at least an opening, but Venom responds. So now it's down to just, again, limited numbers hitting for this Scrap time. And Scrap is going to have to do some work opening this window, and just kind of forces his way into the tightest of spaces for a double. But even still, Ultra NA don't get any time off of this.
They still can't get this time. It feels like there's this moments, right, where one individual is finding a couple of kills, but it just has not translated the time. And that's really the big factor going into the second rotation that Ultra Academy are going to have to change, or GTO are going to be able to run away with it. But so far, so good, at least with the initial setups. And the setups have been good, through the first push. It's about stopping the second and the third. That's something we're used to seeing, but we have not seen so far within this game. And now, pushing through mid, a 3-man hit, all trying to attack through you, looking for the break.
Good response for Vikul, but he forces a second gunfight, which he loses. And once again, DTO, numbers, man. Oh my goodness. It just feels like there's a 5th player on the map for DTO. How are they continually coming into these 2v4 situations and winning as convincingly as they are after an initial trade? It just doesn't feel like that should be happening in whatsoever, but oh my goodness, Destroy the Odds aren't just destroying the odds, they're demolishing them. Cringecaster wordplay coming through, but it's a 179-94, and Ultra NA are just absent everywhere you look.
Yeah, that is literally the story at the moment. They're going to have to turn it around quick, as DTO are going to close this out very early into the second rotation. Jintroid up top is at least able to find Mohawk. And now a chance to be able to start to set up the hit. Look at the patient play through the back off the minimap. Venom's been able to potentially influence the spawns here. One more battle inside the point, and it's falling to pieces on the first attempt. Ultra are going to be broken. They do manage to get back in for a second, but Jintroid's still alive on his 3 spree.
I like this little finesse play. This is what we're not seeing from Ultra NA. When there's one member left alive, sure, they're valuing and finessing their life, but it's from like the front where you expect the hit to come from. Jintroid just absolutely puts Ultra NA in a bit of a blunder just by running through patio and then re-hitting after the regen from the back. So he essentially is the last player left, and he's able to turn that into a pinch situation. It's just everything going right for DTO. We're on the other front. Look, we haven't said it a lot, and one of the keys that we in particular also talked a lot about in Toronto for the Open was when Hixie and Vikul are on form as an SMG duo, there may not be a better team in challengers, but that has not been the case here in map number 1. They are a combined 21-37. Not good news.
No, it's going to hurt you quite a bit. That's your entry subs that just have not been able to break in and be able to hold. We'll see if Ultra can start to mount a little bit of points here on the Fountain Hill. Venom just waits in the corner. A little bit of assistance coming through there for him as Mox now in the back on a 5 spree, and the spawn's now going to flip out. It's all up to Scrappy to try to make something incredible happen, but it's too much to ask for. And oh my, Jintroid, 25-16 right now, minute 30 in the point. It takes his own teammate's nade to get him out of the hill right now, Alan. He's been too damn good. With 20 seconds left, Ultra know they have to contest this.
I mean, if Jintroid wins this gunfight, bro, okay, Scrap's not going to let him. But to say, like, just heady v heady, it just feels like Jintroid's going to win that. 8 seconds of Scrap, and this is the first moment that DTO is not on the front foot. They are absent from getting over to Church early, and Ultra NA have the ability of spreading the map. You have to win this setup if you're Ultra NA. No one's watching top Church. That's the one spot that was missing in the setup, and all of a sudden, Venom's able to turn that into essentially a kill and an assist for a break? Oh my goodness!
Yeah, this is looking like it's all going to end here on Church. Incredible stuff right now for Destroy the Odds. Being one of the weaker hardpoint teams, but coming out and really coming to life. Scrappy and Hixie will be able to try to extend this one a little bit longer. But it just takes one last hit for this time remaining here on Churchill, or just rotating to new. And Hollow's already doing some absurd stuff as he might actually have ideas about hitting the Scrap.
Yeah, and that actually just may be it with Jintroid able to take down 2 on the entry, man. What?
Oh
my. I mean, if I didn't just eat a really healthy dinner, I would feel like I'm about to throw up, my dude. That is so uncharacteristic for Ultra NA. They're usually so good in rotational timings between Scrap and Initial. There was one moment I think we could look at, well, we'll say 2, where they actually were at a hard point first. The first time was the Initial P2, and they lost spawns and the hard point on the first attempt from DTO. And then the most recent time was that play over through Church where the only route they weren't watching was Topside Church, and that's the one to ruin their setup. That is baffling, to say the least. And I don't know, Austin. I don't want to sit there and, take a negative focus just on Ultra NA, because Jintroid and Hollow were having themselves a game.
Oh yeah, I mean, what, Jintroid opened up with that 3-piece to kick it all off. Like it just felt like they set the tone really early, and it felt like Ultra Academy was just like really slow to pick up on everything that was happening. And I feel like Destroy the Odds kind of got to do a lot of what they wanted to do, and Ultra just couldn't contest them. Like, there was just so many moments where it was just multi-kill after multi-kill, break after break. I mean, we're so used to seeing, Ultra kind of always make the correct play, always do things together. But like you said, during the match, it really did feel like DTO were playing at a pace where there was a fifth member there with them. And they were able to just completely run over Ultra Academy. The number one team, essentially, if not number two after the Toronto Open here in North America. That is one hell of a way to start the series off in one of your weaker game modes here.
Jintroid 28-20 with 21 non-traded and a minute 36 in the hill. Just give him the key to the city as well while you're at it. I mean, unbelievable individual showcase out of Jintroid, but that's one of those that you go back and rewatch, and you really do feel like, dude, it feels like DTO's got 5 members on the map. Like, they're just everywhere all the time. The help is incredible, and wow, that is not often the things that we've seen from DTO. So surprising, map number 1, which leads to great news for DTO fans all over the place, because now you're going to your best search and destroy on Desert Siege, and your opportunity to go up 2-0 on this Ultra NA squad, I think, is rapidly approaching.
It's looking that way, and I mean, this is going to be a good moment here for Ultra to try to utilize their staff that they have behind the scenes here, kind of, take a step back and try to come into this with a fresh mind. Just forget about that last map completely. I mean, to be fair overall, Ultra Academy also fairly decent when it comes to S&D. I mean, you have, a good couple members on this squad that, came up in the S&D scene. So there is still an opportunity to potentially take this map coming in, of course. But overall, with the way that DTO are playing, if they continue to play like this, Alan, this might be a little quicker than I think I was originally anticipating. And if it was going to be quick, I was expecting it in the other way for Ultra Academy. But the fact that they came out like this, I think, is going to do wonders for them really coming into this map number 2.
And look, let's not try to sit there and say because map number 1 is done that Ultra NA's chances of winning the series are done. That's not at all what we're getting at here. It's just the fact that DTO has had a really good look to go up 2-0 early. And even if that were to happen, I mean, if you really wanted to paint a really kind of dark start to a bright picture, Ultra NA will definitely love to see Gavudu for the hard point, and also Berlin, or pardon me, Gavudu for the control and Berlin for the hard point. Like, the backside of this series, I guess the best way of putting this is, the longer this series goes, the better the news starts to become probability-wise for Ultra NA, just based on things that we had seen from them in the Open, also based on what we saw from them in week number 1 here of this Season 4 group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not over by any means. I think just we're completely shocked because we're so used to seeing Ultra Academy do that to just about every single team, maybe outside of like the top 3, top 4. So the fact that DTO, a team and players that we just have not really seen, a ton of when it comes to these elites is certainly shocking, I think, to say the least. So incredible stuff in that first map, but it's just about translating that through, trying to make sure that you kind of carry over some of that momentum going into that search and destroy, see if you can get away with a couple of rounds. And I mean, well, also, I haven't really got to watch too much of the S&D coming through for a team like DTO, but I have to imagine that the sniper is also going to be coming into play here, which is typically held by players like Scrappy, so that individual battle also going to be big. I think from the past, I've seen Hollow and Mock both be able to kind of pull that out at times. So, that individual battle that we've seen be so influential when we talk about a map like Desert Siege, also going to be coming into play here. We'll see how that one kind of kicks off, because if DTO can kind of start how they just started that map number 1 and just like take the first round like swiftly, like opening engagement, first blood is good, aggression, and just being able to follow up with one another, all of a sudden, we look at a totally different story kind of coming in to what that S&D might hold for us coming into the map too.
Yeah, this whole season has kind of been Scrap's playground, right? I mean,
it has been.
All of the kind of immediate spotlights. Hey, you're that guy, pal. You are that guy. The immediate positive flip of that very famous meme. But I think the thing is, as soon as the spotlight was I won't even say put his direction. He forced it his direction, kind of with obviously his very, open personalities, so to speak. But the thing is, the numbers have always been there to follow up. It's not just the fact that, he's a fun personality to watch. It's also the fact that he's a fun player to watch. And not only since the Pro-Am had we really established that, but in this season in particular, he's been just as good as ever. 1.1 pluses in every single game mode, most highlighted by his Search and Destroy. Where on the other side for DTO, I mean, you got Venom, right? I mean, that's where everything kind of largely has come in Venom's career throughout his time playing with LA and stuff like that, where you just expect him to be kind of a wizard when it comes to Search and Destroy. That has also been kind of a big win condition for DTO in this stage so far. So that's kind of the 1v1 that I'm looking forward to, is how is this identity of the map going to be taken into play? And it will be Venom kind of controlling it, or will it be Scrap able to kind of help bounce his team back?
And you drive that conversation over to Venom. Alan, Venom has a 1.83 KD
he's
in
pretty
Search
good.
and Destroy.
Not
too bad, is he? He's all right out there.
I've seen worse.
Certainly see worse. But here we go. Time to jump into it, and already Hixie is at least able to get on the board early. And a second from Hixie.
Okay.
Nice read over to A-Long. Mox able to get one back, but numbers here for Ultra Academy.
Yeah, it's not going to look impressive from the victim's point of view that we had, but from his perspective, I can almost guarantee you that his head was absolutely on a swivel, and that was a pretty big snapper from mid-map all the way to deep. And Scrap even going to get the sniper rifle in early, as that will be a flawless round from Ultra NA. And I use that word italicized, underlined, and bolded. It was as flawless as you could ever imagine, with the opening First Bloods turning into dominant control real estate-wise on the map.
Yeah, great play there from Hixie. Finds the First Blood, turns back, and knows kind of the push is coming through A-Long there. And that sniper that I also kind of brought up, right? I was wondering if DTO were going to try to maybe bring this out as well. Now that Scrappy has pulled it out in the first round, will you be willing to match it? Or are you just going to try to play around it? Double nade him out. Don't give him the opportunity to work for these picks. We'll have to see. But already, Mohawk gets some great timing. Oh, he takes a Mock. Mock has to trade that. That is an unreal two-piece coming through for Mohawk to kick it off.
Holy. Back over to mid-map. Vehicle will fall. So there is at least some establishment of an offensive setup is concerned. Well. Okay. All right. I was about to set up exactly how you could maybe foil the plays on the outsides by using this mid-map position, but never mind. Just forget I was going to say anything. Let's go on to round number 3.
Yeah, right to round 3 here. And I mean, it all kind of starts and ends with Mohawk's two-piece, right? Like Mock needs to get that trade. If you're going to challenge wide like that and expose yourself to the gunfight, you have to bring home that trade. And because it doesn't come through, it gives a lot of leeway over to Ultra Academy that have 3 members that have yet to die here over the course of 2 rounds. So that is certainly one way to recover after that first hard point. And now we'll switch things up a little bit. Offense coming through for Destroy the Odds. Venom is going to catch Hixie on an aggressive peek. No follow-up play coming through here for Ultra. And now we'll start to see everyone kind of just post up. Plenty of time to work with here on the attack.
Yeah, the question here is, what does Vehicle do? Because he was supposed to be a part of that play with Hixie, where Vehicle's up top, Hixie goes down low. But with Hixie dying as fast as he did, now it's up to Vehicle to either challenge or back off. And he decides challenge. And oh boy, does he ever. Takes the first no problem from the side, and then reads Venom follow-up. And once again, it's Scrap getting involved with the scope. Jintroid getting the plant off, but that will be about the only silver linings that you could try to draw up here, as Ultra NA, even after the First Blood, still look as indomitable as ever.
Yeah, they do. And this is the Ultra Academy that I think that we were expecting. That's why we were so taken back with how that first map had went. But this has just been, what we're used to seeing. And this is also, again, against a flawless Search and Destroy team. Like, not just on Desert Siege. DTO are 6-0, period, when it comes to this game mode. But certainly have to try to make some key adjustments going forward here if they're going to start to bring this one back. And Mohawk, who's also now on that 5 spree, just a couple off of earning a glide. Glides do wonders on a map like Desert Siege here.
Oh, for sure.
We'll see if you can try to earn that.
And I think with you already being up 3-0, you can get a little cute here in this round. Try to get someone to take shots at Mohawk so he can follow up for a free kill, but this time not going to happen. It's Hollow at range on the backside of the Desert Sentry Tower to get First Blood. Immediately responded as Hollow couldn't get out. Hicks is going to turn that into another impressive double. Shot at from his left, but still taking some positions forward and aggressively. That will allow a chance for Scrap to immediately recover the bomb. And honestly, he could just wait for Hixie to make a play still, because Hixie's position's completely unknown, and this defense has to respect that. And, well, they don't. Venom will fall, and Hixie's still able to get out with his life. This dude looks like he's just been completely oiled up in WD-40. He's sliding all over the map.
And Scrap now has eyes on Mach, and, well, this round is pretty difficult unless they give you an individual chow, which Scrap actually kind of does, but just has the confidence to know he's still weak. I'll take the angle, and that's 4 straight rounds here. Ultra Academy NA, this has been quite the turnaround. Wow. I mean, this is just like back and forth we go with DTO winning
for real,
their
dude.
unfavored map here, Alan, and then we got the same kind of happening here for Ultra going into map 2 very convincingly.
And I think if you're DTO right now, you have been bested. The thing about it is the first 3 rounds are really going to hurt because you didn't even get a chance to play the round. Because you didn't get successful trades or you just lost long-range gunfights so quickly. So you don't really even have the chance to establish any sort of tempo or identity. And then in round 4, DTO get aggressive on you. Or, pardon me, Ultra NA get aggressive on you. And you don't have a chance to really kind of figure out what's going wrong. So the call is just to get the safe plan over towards B. Venom gets a pretty aggressive look at Mohawk, who pushes him off the angle. And that's not bad from Jinchor to get the opener. We go 3v3, 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Mohawk's still searching for Venom, and he will be able to win it. So they'll take out Venom, but they'll lose Hixie in the process. Scrap needs to stay alive, but Hollow's been able to come up with 2, and now they're going to flip the script, try to take this side of the map. Mohawk's going to have to force some engagements here. Almost finds Mach, but still had 1 more to get through. And finally, DTO find themselves on the board.
You know, I like this for a couple of reasons for DTO. It's a default setup. There's nothing crazy about it. We've seen that quick hit towards B probably 100 times, whether it be challengers or CDL related. It's probably way more than that. And why not just do something very standard and just get yourself going again? You know, just give yourself some platform to work with. I would love to see them pull a 2-1-1 defensive default here as well, where you've got kind of a double stack over towards A, 1 player watching through mid, and then someone just kind of avidly watching over towards B. It looks like they're going to run 2 right through the B site, though, looking to get aggressive. The timing of this could work out as Scrap misses the first 2 shots. DTO are already in the back.
A lot of confidence for Scrap to challenge the second time after Mach had spotted him out, but it's a double hit. A double hit through the back, and they're not ready for it. Scrap is going to go down. A lot of pressure now onto Mohawk to try to come up with 1, but Vehicle's actually able to get involved, and they should still know 1 more is back here. Venom picks up the sniper rifle, looking for some longer range shots. Mohawk's still very close on him, and Mohawk slides, but the snap from Venom is there, and he's going to be able to keep this retake alive.
How has he managed this? The problem about it is time is going to be a problem. Hollow's just getting involved in the play, and the SMGs for Ultra NA get the kills and get out of dodge, and Hollow's missed the mark. Or has he?
Ooh.
Time. He has. He's missed the mark. But look, the thing that foils that whole play off the flank for DTO is not just the fact that they get the first kill when they do, but a second player took shots. So you know that 2 players are on your flank, not just 1. And from there on out, Ultra NA say, just stay alive through mid. We've already got the plant off. They have to come to us. We've got high ground positions to work with, and Vehicle and Hixie reap the reward of it.
5-1 up now. Ultra, a chance to be able to put this one away. And wow, what a crazy bounce back still here. A lot of players getting involved. Hixie with a couple of big rounds there a little bit earlier on. And now we'll see exactly if DTO can start to do the impossible. Bring this one back,
later.
But Scrap says no. Peek me again. No, it's Scrappy on a highlight reel for 2. And we're not even 12 seconds in the round. And there's only 1 player left, and it's Hollow.
Yeah, I've already written 6-1 on my notebook here, Austin. Hixie will get 1 back.
1v4.
Yeah, in before.
If he wins that one, all of a sudden, Alan's scratching it out.
Well, 6 to question mark. Maybe 2. Gosh, man. It's the thing is, when you start off a search and destroy, where you just lose opening gunfights at long range in the first 2 rounds, in the first 30 seconds of each of those rounds, you throw your chances of establishing your playbook out the window. Because round 3 is the one that Ultra NA hit aggressively through B. They take over, they dominate the kills on the backside. They don't ever allow DTO to move anywhere offensively. And then round 4 was just kind of a more standard round that came through. It just, that's the tough part about, search and destroy. I feel like at this level is if you can't run a successful default in the first 30 seconds, your chances of winning a map are just gone because you don't have the ability to kind of flex your own chess game because you have no ground to stand on. It's like taking your queen out early, losing it, and then saying, I'll get the job done with pawns. It's just not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. I like that one right there, Alan. Was that off the top?
That? A little bit. I started rewatching Queen's Gambit the other day, so...
yeah. That's a good show. That'll do it.
It's a great show.
6-1 here, and now all of a sudden we got a tie series. So that is the first loss as well for DTO when it comes to search and destroy, right? So like that's kind of really one of the big factors that I see kind of jumping off the page from those guys. So they're gonna have to reset a little bit, but both teams get a chance to take a little bit of a reprieve before met number 3 here, Alan.
Welcome back. It has been a series of make the casters look silly so far, as the hardpoint stats and narratives got thrown away by DTO's dominance. And then on the opposite front, it's Ultra NA who put together an immaculate search. So let's not make predictions this time for map number 3, Gavudu here, Austin. Let's just enjoy the ride.
Yeah, enjoy the ride here. Throw the stats out the window, apparently, because we just don't know what we're going to get from either one of these squads. But I think at least the one takeaway is that Ultra did wake up a little bit, right? I think for the most part, they started out a little bit flat. I mean, maybe, you know, it looked like they were kind of underestimating what this matchup could very well look like. But I think DTL know how important this one is for them. And a win over Ultra could really set them up big here heading into playoffs. But here we go. Time to jump in. Attacking first, Ultra Academy NA. First engagement goes the way of Venom as the top ship control is looking good. And now Mohawk will try to take control as he finds one.
And in case any of you at home are feeling like bold predictors for what it's worth, 3-1 through the 4 series so far, in control for Ultra NA. 2 of those wins coming on Gavudu, whereas DTO are 1-3. They have yet to play the map. A couple of spicy kills, though, coming across the boat as we're still fighting over A-zone control, and it's been very undetermined as far as who actually has that at the moment with these kills going the way that they have. Finally, numbers starting to accrue, though, for DTO's defense, and it's on Mohawk to try to do something, and he's actually kind of slipped around the backside of Hollow for 4 in a row.
Wow, Mohawk is just like playing through every single angle on the map, but unfortunately, Mach is going to be able to beat him down there from the high ground. Vehicle up top, able to find Venom, and I mean, it doesn't really feel like Ultra have been able to get on the point with numbers here, but maybe finally a chance. As 2 players are going to drop, and well, some of that defensive push going to start to stall out here through the front as Hixie kind of has control here, and he's starting to find them off spawn.
Oh, this is a really good trade, though, from Venom. Not only does he allow him a chance to get back over towards the zone, but he stops any forward push through. So 22 seconds on the clock. Scrap not feeling like he's confident enough to try to play the Chal on the zone, wanted to move forward, but the melee not going to work out, whether that was intended or not. You be the judge. In the last 10 seconds, looking pretty solid here for DTO as a life lead is starting to accrue, but 1 more go for Ultra NA. Able to get on vehicle, responds to Venom up top for the trade, and now all of a sudden, it's not just a second tick of progress. We're looking at a possible extra 60 seconds.
We certainly are, and that's just off the back end of vehicle being able to have that big, massive effect that we almost always see here from him. Now it's a matter of trying to find kills so that you can exit safely. Hixie finds his first one of the game, and more importantly, able to keep his life so we can start maybe finessing his life into the back, but does need to make sure his teammates can get to him, and Scrap does a good job of finding Jintroid. So now 55 seconds are on the clock. Ultra Academy have to start working to B, and Hixie is in the back.
You've got a little bit of time here with Hixie's position to just kind of work for lives. You should know that Hicks is going to draw a lot of attention here, so your ability to try to isolate and maybe win the ring while this is all occurring may be in front of you, and well, it's an even exchange. The ring is technically speaking won by Ultra NA, but it comes at the cost of losing your player off the flank. So another advantage now starting to amount for DTO defensively. Looking good as there's only 25 seconds to play, and the last hit largely looks like it's going to be coming from the front.
While 1 player kind of works through the back, could be a chance for Ultra still to get a touch in the zone, but 15 seconds left. 3 players are going to drop here. A scary moment for the side of Destroy the odds, and Mohawk rips off another head in the back. Mock's going to drop. Force free for Mohawk. Ultra, they stop the clock here with 10 seconds. Interestingly
enough, Vehicle actually is trying to play forward. It's off screen, but I kind of would have liked to have seen him just stay in green and watch this mid cross so everyone else can focus on the front. 7v4. First tick down, second tick on the way. The defense needs to slide into contest. They're not going to get there in time to contest it, so now it's just down to try to save the defense. 7v2 coming through, but the kills will be the win condition for Ultra NA. DTO nearly able to bring it back in, but just a little bit too hard-pressed to eventually get back onto the zone.
Oh, man, this has just been like, I don't know, a series of like unexpected results. That's kind of what I'm getting from a lot of this, because you're looking at what was almost a flawless round number 1, kind of stopping any zone from going over and limiting Ultra to just about 1 tick on A, to them getting a big clutch moment off the back end of Vehicle, and then having 20 seconds left to make their final push and stopping the clock at 10. Just absurd. But now we'll see if some of that flare can come through offensively for Destroy the odds, as they're going to be able to open up with 1, but Scrap with a nice little kill here from the side. We'll be able to put some pressure on, and Jintroid finds the angle to push up. Big win there on a Scrap.
Yeah, he's in a great spot as well, just to kind of read where this defense is going to come from. Obviously, threat established through the middle of the map. Venom's going to step off for a time. Just trying to play a little bit of recovery. Oh, and he's done very, very well. Long-range shots with Vehicle. Maybe a bullet off. The trade will be there with an extra for Jintroid, as progress will continue to be made here today.
That's a double stack here from Mach and Jintroid, but Scrap from the side could still maybe make a play happen. However, Venom hasn't been able to work his way over to B, so now it's just a matter of finding this trade, and Hixie doesn't read that he's still on the zone. After finding the first, he thought he was good and thought he was safe, but Venom doesn't really want to stick around on B. He wants to try to play his life in the back here and see if he can maybe get behind a couple Ultra members.
Well, he gets the first, no problem. Help is on the way. But they can't isolate Scrap. Eventually traded, so Jintroid will get to work again on the B zone, as the first tick was largely depleted. The third at A was also nearly fully depleted, so as far as the offense is concerned, this feels a bit dire and desperate. First tick of progress doesn't get locked! Oh no, the kill came through the side of the boat just in the nick of time! It looked good, I thought it was for sure gone. but not to be. And now all of a sudden a huge defensive advantage for Ultra NA.
Yeah, this is a really big moment here for them. 35 seconds now on the clock, and you're going to have to kind of default likely back over to A. I say it, and well, Jintroid does manage to find one inside of Ring, which could start to draw Ultra over, maybe pull a member or two, but Scrap is there for the trade. So now it really does come down to what can they do to break this Ultra setup inside of the ship. Mohawk's able to get himself one, but it's Venom. Venom for two, can't find the third. Up to Vico to play his life here. He's able to finesse, tries to turn, but Mach finds him. With 17 seconds on the clock, should be a chance to be able to put up an extra minute.
Well, this is going to feel familiar. 12v12 again.
Here we go.
And a minute 10 on the clock. Similar conditions to what Ultra NA were just able to utilize successfully for their opening attack, but this time for DTO. Even though the exit looked good initially, the follow-up is just not quite there. So now down to 9 lives on the offensive front. And under 60 seconds to play with. You also have Hixie number 2 in purple. Keep an eye on him as he's all the way through over to the beachfront trying to make life difficult on rotation. But Destroy the Odds are largely looking at this boat as their potential quote-unquote headquarters to try to set up this attack. And they're just feeling a little bit claustrophobic, it feels like. And yeah, the punish is there. 8v6 we go.
Yep. Despite Vico kind of dropping inside the ship, he's able to find 2 kills and, or rather, excuse me, get info on the 2 players. And that kind of allows Ultra to set up how they need to. And with 3 members remaining here, Destroy the Odds are going to be able to maybe push into circle, but getting to the zone really feels like it's going to be a long shot. Mock's going to have to just run it and gun it, continue to take down every single member but Hixie able to play his life. And now the rest of Ultra just need to find 1 remaining member, and Hollow's all stunned up, and that is a very strong round coming through Ultra Academy now, up 2-0.
Yeah, really huge advantage for them when it comes to, even if this map were to extend to a round 5, this pretty much guarantees that you've got yourself the defense. So, win condition for DTO obviously starts here on their second defensive attempt, but then would have to be essentially a very polished offense twice in a row, most likely. And interestingly enough, Austin, it's another respawn where, like, we very largely look at players like Hixie to see kind of maybe be the barometric test as far as how good are Ultra NA going to be in the map. He's had a pretty, you know, kind of a snoozer, 8-15, but yeah, when you've gotten 20 kills for Scrap and nearly 20 for Vehicle, it just doesn't make a difference because he can just hang out.
Yeah, he's like, well, I'm just going to bait for you guys. I mean, I can't find any kills because you guys are taking them all. It's kind of how it feels like, right? But, I mean, he had that slow start, 0-6, and was trying to bring it back now, and that's a good engagement there through mid to be able to take out Mach. Tries to move back to the zone, just playing his life, finds a little bit of time, maybe to set up Scrap. Scrap needs to hold on to this position, wait for his teammates to come off spawn, but while all this happens, I mean,
I was going to say,
do they? I don't think they know. I think they just like, hey guys, there's somebody on B, and he's almost got 2 ticks of progress.
If he gets a kill, he does have 2 ticks of progress. Mach will fall. Oh. That's it. Yeah, that's A gone, or pretty B, second tick gone, probably the whole zone at that. As Venom is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got nowhere to go. Yeah. Now the focus goes back to the front. The kills continue to just rain in purple. Jintroid in trouble. Take it down. Vehicle is doing it all himself. Kid's got 6 objective kills, my dude. I mean, give me a break.
I want to know how much damage he took there over the course of that entire play and that entire life. Because it felt like he had just keeps on eating it through the wall, but it doesn't matter. And well, now the less difficult zone needs to go over for Ultra to close this one out. And, well, despite the hard point in map 1, feels like now Ultra Academy, they have awoken. They are here to play. They're here to close it out. First tick at A is good. Double stack coming in. They are going to lose Scrap, but we'll see if this defensive push can come in time.
Well, they're fighting back pretty solid. So, again, when it comes down to just... win condition isn't about how many ticks you give up. At this point in time, DTO just need to see another round. That's really it from here on out. Doesn't matter how sloppy it may be. It's just about trying to get to round 5, and maybe there's a chance for you to go back-to-back offenses. And really, their defensive fight back here in A has been more than significant. Good bounce back thought of Equal and Mohawk to at least keep the play alive. And again, there's still so much clock to play with here, so it's going to take a hero, and it may just have to be Mach from the top side of the boat to do it.
Yeah. And Mach can't find anything, so if they're going to retake, they're going to have to retake through hole in this push through mid. And key gunfights are going to have to follow. First one is there for Scrap as he pushes out the front of Boiler. Gets the team shots with Hixie. Almost finds Jintroid, but nobody can even touch. The stack is good. And Ultra Academy NA. They show us what they can do when it comes down to the controls as they 3-0 DTO here in map number 3.
And it's just a bit of a miss, I think, just largely speaking for GTO, especially in that last round where you just don't even get a read that Vico's just solo capping the B zone. Sure. And look, that happens, especially when you're in a vigorous fight around the A space, and a lot of that is from the ship itself. You don't really get a defensive player to kind of play over through ring or play through beachfront because the kills are going back and forth so rapidly that sometimes you kind of miss that little bit of sound cue. Hey, wait a second, someone's on B, and it isn't until if taken to have a progress is gone before they even make an effort to even look over to Vico's direction. So yeah, for Ultra NA, it really did start with this offense here on the first, and then I would say just on top of that, Vico's heroics to even get them to B, let alone a chance to even win their first offense was a key indicator. And, you know, just a couple of missteps here or there for DTO trying to respond, and from there on out, it's just kind of playing catch-up, it felt like, for the rest of the map.
Yeah, that was exactly the case, but you know, I don't think the announcer like gives too much of a call when someone goes on the zone either, right? Like I think in Cold War, like Captain Price would come in and, you know, so something along the lines of there's an enemy on B, you know, get you over there and you start looking over.
Impression.
Right? Was that good? I didn't work on it, so I'm glad
it was very good.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah.
But you know, like usually you get some kind of like an announcement, you know, coming through.
Sure.
But I feel like at times if you're not looking at the zone, like sometimes you're just like, oh my god, there's a tick on B, guys. What are we doing? And you have to kind of make a fast track move over. So definitely caught them off guard, and it's a much better map for a lot of these individuals, right? Like you had Mohawk, who had 23 and 14, Vico right behind him, 22 and 13, and then Scrap, 27 kills coming through, 22 of those non-traded. Really putting out a lot of damage as well with 3,300 to his name. So a much better map when we talk about the respawns here for Ultra Academy NA. And that's 2-1 now in the series. And a chance to be able to get some redemption now going into the second hardpoint as well. That'll be coming up next.
And let's be candid, you know, if you were watching along, if you're, again, one of the avid Challengers fans that are out there, you'll remember Austin and I saying, anytime you see Berlin in the map set and Ultra NA is playing, you're going to like the odds of it going Ultra NA's favor. They were so good in Season 3 and through Minnesota, including also moments in time at Toronto where anytime you watch this team play Berlin, it just felt like you were watching a masterclass, let alone the times that they were able to obviously be very significantly in contest with the CDL teams in the Pro-Am. So this is definitely a map that I would say more so favors Ultra NA, even though they have not had a lot of play time on it in this season in particular. I just don't think it really makes too much of a difference, because the one time they did play, it was versus a good Iron Blood team, and they beat the brakes off of them 250 to 160. So when it comes to DTO, and we talked about like their ability to getting a win here, you'd want to get it done sooner rather than later, and you would love to have gone up 2-0, because as mentioned, the longer the series goes, the more favorable it starts to feel towards Ultra NA's favor.
Especially after the way they played that Search Destroy, right? So I mean, we might not even end up seeing the second search, to be fair, but overall, I think you're right. I mean, this is looking good here for Ultra Academy, a chance to be able to showcase, you know, what they're used to doing on Berlin, and we got like a little taste of like the 3 ARs, you know, coming through like on Gavutu, like something that, you know, Ultra does extremely well, and now some other teams are picking up on, is just doing like the on-the-fly changes of just one player kind of dedicated to saying, listen, P3's coming up, okay, I'm going to switch over to an AR, or okay, now this is a P1, all right, I'm going back over to a sub, whatever it might be, right? Vico's that player for Ultra, and I think that's what makes them really lethal when it comes to the Berlins, because their 3 AR setup is very convincing at times. It can be really difficult to break through, and we got, you know, obviously a taste of it there through the Gavutu. So a lot of this is going to come down to the ARs, I think, for me, to make sure that they're setting up, you know, Jinshroid and Venom the same way they were doing through that map 1 to enable them, get up close and personal, find some of these kills, take away space, and put yourself in good positions to lock in some time.
And I'm kind of, you know, again, you know me, my memory is not great at my age, but I'm starting to remember the same things that we had seen at one moment in time. I forget what series it was, but it was an Ultra NA matchup where Hixie was kind of on a snoozer the first couple of maps, and it was a Berlin hardpoint where he just went demon mode. And it just turned into this where it's just like, no one's trading him out. He's winning on 1v3s on rotations. It just felt like every time that he was on screen, he was doing something unbelievable. And if that were to happen again here, all of the good things we saw from DT immediately be put under pressure, because like we had mentioned, for that Tuscan hardpoint, there were 2 hills in the whole map where Toronto was there, and neither of them were they able to successfully hold not just the hill, but also the spawns. If you're going to beat this Toronto Ultra NA team on a map like Berlin, you have to do that again. But the thing about it is, because of how the map plays, you're going to be in a much more isolated position of doing that. You're not going to have the same kind of help where it's going to feel like you've got 5 members on the map like I did during Tuscan. You have to be good in your individual ones if you're going to have those same kind of success stories here on this map, in my mind.
I like it, Alan.
I like
it a
you,
lot.
Austin.
But here we go. Ultra Academy NA, a chance to be able to put this one away in the Berlin hardpoint, or will destroy the odds, send us to a map number 5. Let's see how the opening engagements go.
Opening nades, at least from the front, will allow DTO a chance to get a setup for a break. Venom sliding in. Scrap not able to quite finish the kill, but Vehicle now on the pinch, making things very difficult for the remaining DTO members as they get essentially isolated inside the zone. Good for Jintroid to try to get out and extend his life a little while longer, and actually keep some pressure on through the side stairs. Able to get one through Dubs. Scrap traded out, and DTO can still give this a go, especially considering that they stopped Vehicle on the flank. Last one up is Mohawk. He'll drop, and a challenge from the front. Good for DTO.
Yeah, and that's going to force the rotation immediately here for Ultra. As you can start to see him, Jintroid, though, has already kind of made the heads-up play. Might be able to start to spot out some of the Ultra members, but I like this. You don't need to force the engagements necessarily. Clear at the top. So you can get yourself into a good spot where you can find a kill or two and then finesse with your life. But Mock has been able to find 2. Vico will continue to keep this play alive with 1. And now Ultra spawning in the back.
Yeah, Mock just has to chill here. You have to contest this second floor if you want to have a chance to open up a break. But Hixie gets out, rewraps back through broken hallways. And that'll be good to eliminate the threat from the high ground. So now Venom from the front, breaking down walls left, right, and center. Extends his life a little while longer and turns that into a kill from Scrap. Good help from Mock and Hollow beyond to make sure that Ultra NA are completely shut down. And it took a while, but it is still a convincing break attempt again for DTO.
It certainly is. 20 seconds now remaining. Ultra are going to start to just kind of give this one up. See if they can put themselves in a good spot for new. But again, it's Jintroid almost combining for an unbelievable 2-piece there. But it will not end up coming through. And now Vehicle also able to control the dockside. Automaton to work with. Spawn still in the back. So a lot of time gifted over. Destroy the Odds going to have at least a little bit of a cushion on this rotation to new. But it's a good setup intact right here for Ultra.
And Vehicle's in a great spot just to make life as difficult as possible. Good for Jintroid to convert onto the trade quickly, but it's not going to be too much of a difference because the anchor play from Scrap is solid, and now he'll start to make a play forward. Hixie dropping though in fighter. He does at least force a team kill. That'll keep this hit a bit abbreviated for Destroy the Odds. But these nades can start coming through here for the offense. Looking to break once again. And the kills are coming through pretty darn cleanly. The last remaining Ultra members have to just extend their lives on the hard point itself. Good for Mohawk to find a safe corner. Throwing a shoulder, nearly a chance to take down Hollow, but once again, Destroy the Odds, get the kills needed to get into the hard point.
Yeah, they'll be able to get in. 20 seconds remaining on this point. It'd be like a 25-35 split, give or take here, but you can still continue to put on the pressure if you're Ultra with the close spawn, and they'll get in there for the 10 seconds. So, all things considered, actually a pretty solid hill for Ultra Academy to bring this one back. Now it's about new, and already 2 players will be in the back, but Hollow opening up with that first one, trying to ignite this play, and Venom, if he can get to the back here, this could be huge.
Yeah, every gunfight is a big gunfight, depending on which side you're looking at, largely because the third hill was still active, so Ultra NA losing a couple of kills on rotation meant that they're still spawning all the way out by Old. That said, though, there is no spawn in the back at the moment because there is good enough block to force DTO to continue to spawn over towards the train station. Spawns are all over the place. It's a conga line coming through fire at the moment. But as Hixie keeps his life onto the hill itself, there's a chance where actually this could work out nicely for Ultra NA, but it looks like DTO have read the split spawn situation, and they will be the ones to finally put a foot inside the hard point first.
Oh, Venom, couple of big plays, and then Mock's able to follow up on it, almost combining for 3 in a row onto Mohawk from afar. But now, Destroy the Odds. They build that lead right back up. Spawns do get a little wonky here for us, but it's the control inside of train station that Venom was able to put on that really nets them a lot of that remaining time. But Venom still keeping the play alive, somehow finessing his life here, is going to be able to now make some kind of a play through the back going in towards P5, and Hollow's already got great control up top here in P2. So now you have the setup, it's just about getting on the time.
And as much as this is not a clear-cut representation, what we saw in Tuscan where DTO are dominating on rotation, they're still winning on rotation. It's just taking them longer this time around. Whereas they were able to get the back 10 seconds of scrap time and win the initial 15 on new because of how quick Tuscan can play. Now it's taken them closer to 30, 40 seconds to make these full rotations come through. But it feels like every time we get to a hard point, they are still the first team to get set up with a convincing hold outside of maybe Fire the first time that we were there. And as we get through the final scrap time here at 5, big 1v1 as Hollow takes down Hixie. That's going to, again, contest the left-sided spawns for a time and keep Ultra NA once more at arm's length.
So down by about 50. Let's see if they can have a good and strong P1 Hill. Venom with the patience. Switches over to that Automaton. Shows us he can do it with both weapons. Mohawk's kind of caught through mid-statue here. He's able to come up with one. So info at least here for Ultra. Now it's going to have to be a hit from the front. Mach trying to find his way in. Vico's able to find him as he swaps over to the MP40. Second one, Hollow. Vico finds him, wondering who's up next. But his teammates are trying to get here, and they're starting to drop. That's 3.
Dude.
Make it 4, all going down. The second break attempt is good.
This is exactly what I mean. It's the same situation where you had Hollow trying to influence the rotation, get around the back. It doesn't fully work out, but that takes 15 seconds at most. And the rest of DTO are already set up, ready for a break. So, yeah, they get the first convincing look at the hard point. Even though it takes 30 seconds, they never allow Ultra NA to really get the full perimeter setup that they're looking for round 1. And now Jintroid on rotation wins a key first gunfight. Sure, Scrap is there for the trade, but Ultra NA are going to be challenged on this initial setup towards P2. This is as good as you could possibly ever ask from DTO, especially considering what they looked like last week. Their improvements immaculately done.
Oh, yeah. They are being showcased. And, I mean, Ultra Academy, besides that P3 Hill we saw, haven't really been able to come out with a really big lead. This could be their chance. Jintroid down low. Doesn't want to fully commit. Wants to take his time from the side. There it is. And once again, it just feels like they keep finding their way in, attacking from all angles, flipping out Ultra, and a chance to be able to collect 30 seconds here.
So the only hard point that we've had so far where Ultra NA have been able to get a forward zone plus time on a hill was P3, which we're about to get back to. And even that wasn't overly successful in the scheme of watching great P3 plays over the course of this Vanguard year. And even worse news on this rotation is you're being challenged by Hollow, who nearly is able to kind of slip and get behind, but now it's on to Jintroid, and okay, there we go. Again, this is the same setup that we saw from Ultra NA last time. Vehicles playing over towards Docks, you've got good support on the Mohawk next to him, and then 2 players watching through Fire and Lung. This is exactly what you want, but now you have to convert if you're Ultra NA.
Yeah, you certainly do. You have to come out with at least 40 seconds here. Venom, patient play inside the cubby. Able to find himself one. Now the hit, unfolding through Fire. Might be able to force down through the back, but Scrap shows us an angle under the table and tucks himself away to safety. Waits for that regen. So far, so good here for Ultra. 30 seconds now remaining on this hill. Hixie has a chance to be able to pinch from the side. He's able to catch Hollow. Wow. Throwing a nade. Tries to turn and snap for Venom. But so far, this is what we needed to see. Still kills coming through for Scrappy inside the hard point too.
Yeah, and now the hit has to come from the front. Mohawk was out in no man's land just watching the mid-cross for so long. Now he's back in a part of the play on 4 in a row, trying to help out his teammates, as you have to know that the hit is all going to be from this front double door windows. But with that in mind, DTO still able to do enough to get a little bit of scrap time here. But the gap has narrowed, if only slightly, with a pretty solid hold from Ultra NA. But the thing is, you can't just win the game on one hold. You're going to have to do a lot more than that. And it comes right now on the train yard. First time we'll actually see the spawns really kind of set in place, unless Jintroid again has something to say about it. Nearly did for a moment as he got the initial trade, but it looks like Ultra NA will be good with the spawns. It just comes down to getting the space to get onto the hard point, because 20 seconds have come and gone and no one's even touched the zone yet.
Yeah, so much of this time went neutral, and you're at least able to get in now. You had a little bit of a forward push, but looks like Destroy the Odds have been able to deal with all the members pushed up in train station, and Mohawk just doesn't know which way to look. Vico pops up, tries to be able to find himself one, and does so successfully. Scrap gets the trade, and that's really the hold you needed to see from Ultra Academy NA. Scrap now getting a little bit more involved, pushing all the way up, already kind of contesting this P5 rotation.
Okay, it's back-to-back solid hills from Ultra NA. So you're going to bring this game to within 20 points if you soak up every final second here. But DTO are starting to gain some positioning over the train platform and station. Mohawk for a double will really set the numbers in favor of Destroy the Odds. Oh, and Scrap, who's been waiting for a gunfight on that angle, loses a key one. Jintroid still putting together some solid respawn moments, and it'll be Destroy the Odds with the numbers, even more so as Jintroid hip fires down Hixie. And all while this is happening, Mach is soaking up some very valuable hardpoint time as DTO get past the 200-point threshold.
Yeah, this is the P2 control that has just been so dominant for this P5 hill, for the side of DTO. Finally, there's a chance maybe for Ultra to get in there, see if they can get to top 3, and maybe watch over a member while they get inside the time, but the nades just flooding off spawn here, making it very difficult to stay alive on it. With only 15 seconds remaining, I mean, Ultra already have to start to consider what they're going to do on this rotation to new here at P1, because you already have 3 members from DTO set up and spread out here across P1, and they could almost just about lock this game in now if Ultra do not find a convincing break.
Good opening gunfight from Mohawk, and Hollow's actually exploring forwards. Oh my goodness, this is bold, and it's working out beautifully. It's risky because if Ultra NA win a couple of gunfights, they may have actually been able to not just flip the spawns, they could win the hardpoint. Only one condition had been met, though. It's the spawn flip. Mach trying to fire back as he did not quite expect it, and it's not going to work out. But while this is starting to unfold, Jintroid still soaking up hardpoint time. 215 to 176. Ultra NA, what are you waiting for? Some stationary embroidered with a welcome sign? Get on in here. You've got to try to find a way to break. You've got everything you could possibly want. And finally, they're starting to get some gunfight wins, but they're still not able to neutralize the time.
No, it's all going over and Destroy the Odds. They could technically still close it out unless Mohawk can get on and contest a couple of seconds. It's getting down to the wire, and Jintroid still trying to hold strong. Quick trade there from Mach. So it won't end here, but almost all of that time being gifted over to Destroy the Odds, and now it's a bit of a foot race for P2.
I'm at a complete loss. Once again, it's Ultra NA with 3 down, waiting for a team wipe, it so it felt, to make a next move. So now your backs are up against the wall. Vehicle would have to do something incredible, and he at least opens the door, but Jintroid, who's been good all series long, continues to be impressive. Stuns the front door. Scrap able to deny. No win here as of yet, but you need help. You need help quickly, because DTO are doing the wise move of saying, we've got leader's advantage. Let's make sure we're hitting this from the outside, clear the doorways, and just deal with the last remaining players in the hardpoint. That is 2 excellent exhibits of hardpoint played by Destroy the Odds. And on the opposite side, I'm just absolutely dazed and confused on what we're seeing here. And no Matthew McConaughey's on this broadcast here, brother. That is just simple emotional reaction coming out of what we saw from Toronto NA.
No, I mean, that is 2 very convincing hard points that I just don't think we really expected to come through for a team like DTO that struggled with it massively in week 1. But you can obviously see they've done a lot of the work, right? They've looked back on what some of the issues were, and you can just see them get very comfortable. And I think it's just the timings and the windows that they've been able to really advance within their hard point has been really the one big thing that's kind of stood out to me, with the fact that once they find 3-4 players down, or once they get an idea of where the hit is coming through, everyone repositions immediately to kind of assist one another, cut them down, make sure you're stopping them from utilizing their numbers to like push through mid to try to get bottom secret. We saw it there with Hollow's push out, through the train station hallway there when they were trying to kind of funnel themselves through mid. He did a good job cutting them down, kind of stopping a lot of the numbers from getting to the point there, and then ultimately flipping out the spawns. So, man, wow. Just wow, Alan. Just 2 incredible hard points, and we're going to a game number 5. Like, this could be such a massive win for Destroy the Odds. It would put them 4-1, give them a head-to-head also over Ultra Academy. They just have to kind of find themselves again when it comes to search and destroy.
I mean, I don't know, brother.
It was on Berlin, too.
That's literally where my mind was. It's like, this is on Berlin again. Like, yeah. I don't know. Oh, absolute just unpredictability is the name of this, at least, series so far. We're going to step away for a quick break. When we come back, it's a Map 5 affair between Destroy the Odds and Ultra Academy NA. Don't go far. You're still watching Challengers Elite right after the break. Welcome back, everybody. Fancy some Search and Destroy? Hope so, because we got map 5 on the way. It's been a very back and forth series thus far. Honestly, just convincing on one side or the other all the way throughout these first 4 maps. I think everyone out there, including the two of us, are just selfishly rooting for a tight Search and Destroy, or at least tighter than the first one, because Ultra NA blew the doors right off that car quickly in Desert Siege.
Yeah, they definitely did. They went up like 4-0. There was so many convincing rounds where there were barely even any trades kind of coming in, right? So I think we all like to see this one be a little bit closer, and I mean, it is going to be on a Bocage SND. Well, so this is going to be a fun one. This is what we kind of expect when it comes to North America. It's just chaos, but I will say the one takeaway from watching over Europe today was a little bit of slower pace kind of coming through the initial rounds and then finding the rounds to kind of explode and take away space to kind of find that aggression. So we'll see if that kind of translates over towards North America at all, or if these two are just kind of going to stick to what they know and really kind of take things by storm.
I think we've talked about this before, but this is actually my favorite Search and Destroy map in the game.
It is.
I
have talked about that.
I love this map for Search and Destroy. I think this is, as much as the Bocage hardpoint is just craziness, chaos, just trades and SMG gunfire all over the place. The Search and Destroy, I feel like a Bocage really allows teams to execute off of good information gathering on both sides. The ability to kind of focus fire your nades in certain positions can be very punishing, but at the same rate, it's not a guarantee, like on some maps like Tuscan, for instance. And then you also kind of have this weird decision on both sides, both defensively and offensively. How are you going to use this core central building in the middle of the map that happens to be Granny's house? Because even though it's obviously defensively favored, there are so many cool wallbang spots and abilities to really make that position not feel comfortable. I really like the chess game that typically unfolds here on Bocage Search, at least lately. So we'll see if we'll get more of that. As you mentioned, we did see a lot of it on the EU side of things, but how about this? Scrap gets read by a nade, but is still going to show his sniper rifle. Team nades coming through as Hollow secures first blood. And even though I think that DTO were looking to say, oh, we can isolate Scrap here, with that first blood on the A side of the map, that may change everything.
Yeah, it could. They could honestly shift over if they want to, because Hollow already has a great push-up onto the tank, but Hixie picks up one through mid. Mock with a quick trade on the Scrap, and that eliminates the sniper player. And now up to Vikal and Hixie. Likely 2 stubs coming through here, but with a chance maybe to open up onto A. We'll see if they can get this bomb down, but Vikal's going to try to work through. I think Jintroid might have spotted him.
I think he did as well, but I don't think he's going to realize how quickly he's moved around the back, but it does not make a difference. Mock uses that information and turns into a free kill. And what an engagement that is from Hixie. Does he get around? Oh my goodness, Hixie is out of there. Dead silence in play. He needs to reload, though, very badly. The nade over the top will allow him to come back. Hixie for a 1v3. He's lost track of Mock, who needs to get the bomb in plant or play for a kill, and he's playing for the kill. He's not going to play for the plant. Hixie's going to clutch this up just by merit of sitting alone inside a barn.
Dude, Hixie, knew what he was going to do. Before, I think he even knew what he was going to do. It was just, the way he was, moving after he found each and every kill. It's everything was just telegraphed. He knew what he was going to do. I'm just, so kind of blown away with his ability to just fly through grannies, finesse his life, wrap back around, find the player off the bomb, and then he checks one last time, and you're just playing for the one-on-one at that point in time. Mock knows, okay, there's limited time on the clock. I'm likely not going to be able to get this bomb down if he checks. I'm just going to play for the kill, and it doesn't work out. Hixie saves the first round.
That is so good. You could literally sit there and break that down, that play, in a 15-minute video. But we don't have that kind of time, so just enjoy it, all right? Here we go. Another quick play on Ultra NA. Hixie from the front. Who's going to open the door first? Oh, it's Hixie. Oh, not going to go get the kill. But on the backside, Ultra NA's play through the water wheel works out beautifully. Even a read on to Jintroid saying, all right, well, he's topside Grandmas. This nade could be punishing. Oh, and it will tag. But it doesn't finish off either of the 2 players in the back, so advantage stays with the numbers of Ultra NA. Venom looking to change that, though.
Yeah. Is going to be able to change it up, and we're going to kind of flip the map, aren't we? 2 players from Ultra are going to come through the defensive side, and we'll be able to maybe get this bomb down at B, but Venom has a chance to be able to stop it all. Scrap's going to give him up for a second, and now they know for sure bomb is down, so they have 1 player pinned on the site, but Scrap can reinforce everything. Kills coming through. There's the hot trade. And wow, Ultra Academy looking good there in that exchange.
Yeah, okay. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing so far. But once again, we're into a position where the map is getting a little out of hand for DTO. Just not in the same ways that it was for Desert Siege. But the thing is, you go down 0-2 early here. Your set plays are working off, but your mid-round and late-round plays are not, either by merit of Hixie doing Hixie things, or there at the end, just good correction for Ultra NA to get back into it and find themselves at even 2v2 where you've got the advantage of playing on your side of the map. So it really still stays with DTO. The onus is on you. What do you want to put together here to force Ultra NA to have to respond? And Hixie just got stunned. That little stun cloud that came over the top, they're going to know Hixie's playing forward, and either you set Nate as a team right now, or you avoid him and try to play over towards A. They tried for the set Nate approach. Nothing is going to connect, and Hixie is now a major threat as he doesn't get flushed out from this backside position.
He absolutely is, and based off where the bomb is, I mean, they're still working for a pick, you know, through this water side. While Mach maybe might decide to open up one of the windows there and kind of look for a peek through mid, but Hixie stun check coming out. Mach's gonna spot him. Hixie's in a tough spot, but he's still alive.
Unbelievable.
The support is there. Oh my goodness, and there it is. Flawless round. Ultra don't even lose a member.
That is so good. I cannot even begin. I can begin to explain it. The thing about it is, Hixie is stuck. He's in a great position, but he can't do anything besides wait for someone to come across, just due to the fact that there's no ability with an AR in hand. I mean, obviously, Destroy the Odds aren't going to know that, but with an AR in hand, you don't really have the ability of quickly hitting backside river. So DTO take the merit of, well, if he's going to be in this position kind of stuck behind gate, someone has to help him far. And they try to take a 3v1 at range against Scrap, which Scrap wins, and then from there on out, it's just the help is so good. That is unbelievable. And now 3-0 up. First blood good this round for Mach. That's actually onto the bomb carrier vehicle, and the positions for DTO's defense are very far forward. They're looking for more.
Yeah, they're just taking over the map here. They find that first kill, and everyone just starts to run out. Stun doesn't actually find Mohawk in the back, but you can certainly imagine how every single member is about to hone in on him through the riverside. Just a matter of, does he get an isolated one? Oh, hold on. Mohawk. Still two members very close up. He finds the third. Too close for comfort, but finally the trade comes in with the last member left alive.
Dude.
Yeah, dude.
How fortunate is that Detroit's right there? Like, honestly,
very fortunate.
If he's not within if he's like 2 steps back, there's a chance. I mean, Mohawk was starting to turn, expecting that challenge from that same side of the doorway. But okay. We calm down. Everyone take a breath. I know we're all excited. Let's all just take one breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Here we go. Round 5. Quick hit for Ultra's defense.
Look at this.
Hello. Hello. No nades. Just raw, unadulterated aggression. Try to catch DTO with nades in hand. It's worked out pretty nicely. Vehicle bites off a little more than he can chew, and it goes to a 3v3.
Yeah, it's a little bit aggressive there for Vehicle, and it does force them back a little bit, but however, this is going to now start to kind of be in the minds of Destroy the Odds of the fact that, look, how close are they? Are they still kind of close up in the corners where have to check everything over again? You might have to utilize kind of some of your stuns and nades. Not where you want to, but Mach has been able to clear out the back, and maybe he has an angle to start to work through this hut like he's been doing the majority of the rounds here offensively. That's kind of the big question, but it looks like they've done a good job of checking out the front. They know they're at least safe to start to inch up a little bit closer to the site. However, another double chow down low. Ultra just do the exact same thing all over again, just later in the round. They are playing a step above DTO at the moment, and now it's up to Mach in a 1v3.
Oh my goodness. They are reading DTO like a 3rd grader's book. In Ultra NA, read at a 6th grade level. I don't know if you know that or not. I mean, that is so good. And the thing about that rewrap with the same mindset that you're talking about is the fact that the 2 players down low both slide to that back take without ever being seen. So even though the 1v1 up top wasn't even that good of a look, even if it were to have been where DTO get that initial kill quickly, they would not have anticipated 2 players down low like that. That is so good from Ultra NA. And in a map that has been tightly contested, largely speaking, the score still looks convincing, and this time, Ultra NA are caught with nades out, and it doesn't make much of a difference. 2v2, Mach forcing the play on the outside. Mohawk reads it, but how does Mach get out of that? Are you kidding me?
4 HP there. But Scrap, able to find Hollow, and he just had info onto Mach. Wow, we were, what, like 25 seconds into the round, and we have a 1 versus 1. What an electric search and destroy we've had, mostly in favor of Ultra. This 1v1, so important here for Mach, and this bomb's going to go down here. Scrap's going to have a lot of different ways to play this post plant. Mach's going to have a real difficult situation ahead of him here, having to clear out the back. We'll see if he can read Scrappy's position.
Yeah, but we don't talk about this a lot in Vanguard, but Scrappy uses all of his dead silence to get the plant off. And now Mach, with dead silence in hand, he can move very rapidly. Scrap predicts up top. He would have guessed correctly. Mach with a little jump peek. Wow. Oh, that is a big league chow out of Mach. And it keeps DTO right into the mix. Just still down by 2.
Yeah, I mean, Scrappy was kind of feeling himself a little bit in that engagement, right? He didn't need to give up the silo control, but you could definitely see he just wanted to take the challenge right away. He didn't want to have to work off the clock anymore, but Mach, he gets a little bit of that high ground, that little ledge there to his left, just jumps off and kind of catches Scrappy off guard to make sure he's not getting any of those initial headshots when the gunfight takes place. And what a mammoth 1 versus 1 here for Mach. I mean, this is going to keep them in the game, right? Destroy the odds, still have a lot of work to do, but you go down 5-1, and it's almost impossible when you talk about a Bocage S&D. Now it's a little more manageable. We'll see if they can build off it.
Aggression through mid. Right on in, just no regard. And Vehicle just essentially plays for the sound cue. Gets one Mohawk, makes sure the front door stays safe. That's tough. You can respect the idea, I think, for DTO, but calculatively, a very dangerous play, and they get punished for it. 4v2 for Ultra's defense.
Ultra's just been really good at mixing it up, right? Like,
yeah, for real.
One round, they're 4 hitting through A. The next round, they're kind of sitting in their spawn, and DTO's searching for gunfights that just aren't there inside of the Granny's Alley. But hold on, Mach and Hollow both win a couple of engagements, and Hollow now has the 1v2. So Mach clutched up in the last round. We'll see if Hollow can do it here. Scrappy gives him a free isolated 1v1. He's reading the second, but Hixie, he's good. He's weakened up, and he's able to get the trade in a nick of time. But wow, good attempt coming through, just not enough to finish off the second.
And I get it. If you're Hollow, you're not quite deep enough into the tunnel to turn tail and just book it. But I think, you know, in retrospect, considering how delayed the challenge was, he obviously would have been kicking himself thinking, I had time to get out of there. And then he would have had dead silence to kind of run around the map if he wanted to. But that's just a good gunfight challenge from Hixie. Delays it, trying to avoid potential pre-fire. And then, as you mentioned, just no regen there. Makes that gunfight much easier. Stuns over the top. Once again, aggression coming right down the gullet from DTO. But just like it had the last time, here in this instance, also largely unsuccessful. Difference this time being, you're not going to get over-aggressive challenges from Mach and Hollow. They're just going to keep their advantageous positions forward. But Vehicle gets out with 2 HP? Oh, okay, finally.
He goes down. I'm pretty sure, like, they just go in private lobbies and just run through grannies. We saw Hixie do it. We just saw Vehicle do it. Ultimately, it's still the 1v2 they are able to close out. But yeah, I'm convinced at this point, Alan, that's what they got to be doing in some of their free time.
It's like a parkour track, like in a custom game or something. Or
yeah,
it's
how
just...
fast can you do it?
Was that the Batman soundtrack that you're just singing right there?
I don't know. Yeah, it just kind of rolled off the top.
I like that. So 5-3 would have to be, in technicality, 4 in a row here for DTO. And what do you do offensively here? I feel like you have to throw a default at Ultra NA with how weird they've played over the last couple of rounds. But this time it's aggression once more through the front. But this time they're, again, tempered aggression. We're in, now what? Now it's just down to playing your position. A little bit of trouble with the doors. Jintroid gets a pretty solid read. Avoids the pre-fire coming in. Needs to take the challenge. Oh, what a play from Jintroid. Gets the double, and now Vehicle's been scouted out as he considers how he 1v3s.
And they know exactly where he is, too. The bomb's going to be going down at A. If he can find this 1v1 versus Hollow, it becomes possible, but he can't commit to it. Force through mid. Long-range shots. Venom takes it, and hold your horses here, ladies and gentlemen. Destroy the odds. They start slow, just like they did in the map number 2, except this time they've been able to actually put together a couple more rounds, and now it is going to be possible here, Alan. Just need a few more, and they can get it done.
It's just, I feel like you need to change it up a little bit here if you're DTO. I don't think you beat Ultra NA when you fight fire versus fire here, where you're trying to go aggressive versus their aggression. But let's see what they do defensively, because it's 2 defensive rounds in a row where they've bursted through Grandmas and ran down mid. Will they try that again? It does not look to be the same case, as Venom is actually going to be playing on top of the A side. Jintroid there for the initial peak. Venom good for the opener, but Vehicle still gets the double. Problem about this is no one was watching Jintroid. Everything stays level at 2v2.
Incredibly fast exchanges. 2 versus 2. A minute on the clock. Mohawk's going to start to work down low potentially. Hixie's not going to be with them, but Mohawk's able to clear out the back here. So it's a matter of, do you want to stick this plant, get it down early, or do you want to work some more of this clock, kind of clear out some space? And it looks like they are not comfortable kind of dropping the bomb. They're thinking that maybe a flank play could have happened, so they want to clear out their back spawn, kind of retake through this side of the map, and then approach it from a different angle.
And I like this. I think if you're looking at it just based on who you've got left in this 2v2, you expect Mach and Jintroid to be playing aggressively, just based on what they've done the last couple of rounds. So take your time, give yourself some clarity on what's around you, and then make your play. But the timing of this is not good for Ultra NA, because Destroy the Odds are doing the exact same route, just in the immediate offset timing where it's opposite. So bomb will be planted. Here comes the hit. Oh, what help is that from Mohawk? Mach is good to at least establish the trade. He lives with 9 HP, 1 stun to play with, and it's Hixie left to find. Oh, he doesn't see him over the top.
He doesn't see him. That's really tough. But he will be able to reposition. I think he might have saw him cross, so Hixie's got to go for the bomb check here. But he sees him at the top, and now the stun comes out. But Hixie with the re-challenge! Oh, can you believe it? Mach wins the first 1v1, but Hixie says no on the second. And that will be the map 5 win, 6-4. What an incredible series, man. That's got to be one of the best ones on the day, without a doubt.
For the weirdest of reasons, dude. Like, it's the most one-sided first 4 maps you possibly could have gotten, and then just unfiltered raw energy in map number 5, dude. That, honestly, it really felt like from start to finish, it was, you know, throw the calculations out. We're going to try to establish tempo early, and for both sides, there were moments of great success in doing that. It's just there were a couple of moments where it felt like for Destroy the Odds, they missed out on an opportunity. You go back to a couple of offenses ago where they aggressively hit into Grandmas and then try to push through that. I don't really know if you've got the ability to make that call, not seeing any information inside of mid. They readjust, and the second attempt doing it works out well for them. But that's kind of what it felt like throughout the entirety of that search. Was the first time it'd be unsuccessful, the second time it would be, you know, a little bit more corrective and a little bit more what the doctor had ordered. So Ultra NA used those slight advantages to sneak out a map 5 win. This was a massive series. You got to keep in mind that, we're still in the group stage, but both of these teams are at 3-1 in a general standings that has just about everybody's 3-1. You're either 0-4 or you're 3-1 right now, it feels like, in this group.
Yeah, that's exactly how it's kind of been shaping up here in NA, but I mean, just a crazy take on the series. Like, Ultra Academy, they're able to hand DTO their first 2 S&D losses. I mean, we talk about, you know, Ultra just being a well-rounded team altogether, not typically dropping hard points. They drop both hard points. They drop a Berlin hard point of all things. Like, it is a little bit shocking, I think. But, I mean, obviously, they've been able to refine a lot of their search and destroy, and it was just very decisive, right? Everything they were doing in those S&Ds, I think, you know, they were always making sure that everyone knew each other's role in each and every play. So very special, very fun to watch, so back and forth, a lot of weird moments, a lot of weird kind of maps taking place, but man, that's what we love here about Challengers. Sometimes we don't know what to expect, and well, we definitely get a banger there for the first one to kick off NA.
And we are the only one who got a banger, just for what it's worth, before we head to a break. Whatever it takes, who are technically falls in the group stage, 3-0 Iron Blood, but it was a tight series, 250-207, 6-5, and then 3-2. And then the other matchup going on right now was 705 Esports versus 3 Kings. Very similar scores, 250-208, 6-3, and then a 3-0, where 705 take a 3-0 sweep. So coming up next after the break, it's 3 Kings and Iron Blood, and what's going to be a very important matchup as far as trying to establish who the top 4 might look like at the end of the day. We'll find out more about the teams when we come back after the break. Don't go too far. Welcome back, North American Challengers. We said we were in for an interesting evening. I don't think either of us would have predicted that kind of interesting from our first stream slot. It's Ultra NA taking a map 5 of Fair versus Destroy the Odds, which all of a sudden turns things for this matchup coming up, where we've got Three Kings Gaming going up against Iron Blood Gaming, but also for all the other teams that very well may find themselves in a battle for the playoff kind of conversation, as things have become a little bit more clear cut all of a sudden, Austin.
Yeah, they have become a little bit more clear-cut with the fact that Iron Blood Gaming really need to come out with this matchup in particular, and then they need to kind of hope that DTO end up losing their matchup that they're going to be playing here very soon as well. And then they face off tomorrow, so obviously you're thinking way ahead. You still have to kind of focus on the match in front of you, but if you want to stay within playoff contention, then it kind of starts with this Three Kings Gaming matchup here for us, Alan. You have to come through on this one, have to be able to win this, and then win your matches for tomorrow if you want to be able to slot yourself into that final and fourth spot.
Yeah, it's with the clear-cutness of whatever it takes being at 5-0 and then 7-5 and now Ultra NA being at 4-1. Those three should be pretty much guaranteed to make playoffs. And the only other teams that are in the running of getting to 4 wins, as you mentioned, are DTO and are Iron Blood. So essentially, first case scenario for Iron Blood Gaming is you have to be able to win out. That's just, you know, the big clear cut thing. And then you're hoping for a little bit of help from those that still have to play up against DTO to try to keep them underneath 4 wins potentially, which is definitely possible. So we'll see. It's really kind of what it comes down to, which means I think a lot of the narrative that we're going to be looking at here on this matchup in particular will be from the Iron Blood side of things. But that doesn't mean that we can't spend time talking about this Three Kings roster, because it's been a very upsetting season from them. I think just not only am I saying that because the results have been bad, but kind of as a fan of a lot of up-and-coming players, they kind of launched onto the scene playing under that Stallions banner, and then everything just kind of fell flat from there.
It did. I mean, honestly, we were looking at them. I think it was the first season they got in was like season 2 roughly, and they were like started off like 0-2, 0-3. It was not great. Then they found like 4 consecutive wins in a row. They went on a hot spree, and they managed to get themselves into playoffs. And you know, that was where we started looking at players like Yuli, who we talked about a lot last year throughout Cold War, and then other players coming through like Cryptic, Kaiser. You know, these guys really kind of started to take over with their AR dominance to set up the rest of the team. But unfortunately, so far on the stage, they have just not been able to put it together the same way they were able to either at lands in the past or just through past stages. So it has been a little bit interesting, I think, to say the least. But I mean, you take a look at the other side here, Iron Blood Gaming, like these are names you're going to be very familiar with when it comes down to what these guys have also been able to do. We saw them at the Toronto Open, Alan, where they did get a top 3 finish. So we know that there is still a ceiling above these guys that they were able to hit.
Yeah, and just to kind of speak to the history of both of these two teams, in particular, this Iron Blood roster is an interesting one, because I think a lot of people that were following along with the Challengers Cup this last weekend, you'll know that Assault and Exceed won the cup, but they were playing with Dave and Caps. They weren't playing with Noisy and Welly. So, yeah, they got a dub as a pickup squad, but you kind of wonder, like, oh, was there really the practice you needed if you needed to win your 3rd and 4th series right here, right now? I think that kind of immediately throws some question marks into the air. You know, we're on the other front kind of for Three Kings, you know, 6th place finish, top 6 finish at Cup 12, but I don't know, it just, there's something weird about both of these two rosters right now, and I can't really put my finger on it, really, so to speak, because, you know, I would say that for Iron Blood, they looked great during the Toronto Open until we got to Sunday, and things kind of got a little bit out of hand for them there at that event, whereas for this Three Kings roster, really since the ability at Minnesota Open to nearly make the Pro-Am, things have kind of been slipping for them as well. So I think that at this point in the season, as both teams are going to largely have to think you're going to be playing through the LCQ, it's time to figure it out. You don't have a lot more time remaining. You've got to get it done right now.
You have to figure it out quick. I think that's the big factor, but we will take a look at the overall series layout coming in here for us to see exactly what maps both teams have elected to play towards, and we'll be kicking things off with the Berlin of Bocage S&D, a little double dose of Gavutsu, and then we'll move to a Tuscan Search and Destroy to finish it off. So feels like so far, at least in North America, we've been getting a good mixture of maps here and there for us, Alan, and we'll be getting another good variety, at least coming into our final match on this day as well.
Yeah, and again, just for what it's worth, both of these two teams coming off their first series today got 0-3'd, although the only map that either of these two teams in this particular series had played was actually from Three Kings' perspective. They played a map 2 Tuscan Search, and they played the map 3 Gavudu Control. So those are the only real repeats that we're going to see in the mix here as far as map mode combinations for either side. Whereas, statistically speaking, just kind of building up the narrative between both teams, Ironblood, they've really been let down by their Search and Destroy in a couple of the close series that they've been fighting for. The respawn's been fine. It's been okay. It's difficult to be dominant in this current kind of North American standings or power rankings, if you want to call it that, especially considering you got a team like Whatever It Takes who just are not losing respawns, apparently. Everyone else is kind of fighting for their lives, and it's the Search and Destroys that I think are going to get you through those LCQs as well. So I'm curious, I think, just to see what's been going wrong, since we really haven't had a lot of time to watch Ironblood necessarily on stream in their Search, and if they're going to be able to remedy some of their problems here against a pretty solid Search team in Three Kings, to be fair.
Yeah, that's kind of where, you look at all these individuals. I don't know all of them, extremely well with their past backgrounds, but I want to say, at least for the most part, a lot of these guys did kind of come up through the SND scene here and there. I know Yuli for sure was a huge part of it. So I feel like that should be your strong suit always when it comes down to this Three Kings roster. So we'll see if they can kind of live up to that continuously. But the other factor is that you do need to kind of win respawns here and there. So we'll see if they can do it. But right here, there's a bit of an update that's been thrown out there. So players are trying to get ready, trying to get back onto the game, so we do apologize, but we'll take a short break. When we come back, we have our matchup coming up just after this.
Nice.
Love that.
Everything is fucked, huh? Sweet. Well, that's unfortunate. Just a skosh.
so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me a tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Welcome back there, friends and family. I'm sure if you're paying attention to the Twitterverse, you know exactly what was going on. But we are ready to go. I'm pumped about it. We got 3 Kings going up against Ironblood Gaming. I'm Shift, that's Visions. And we already kind of set up the importance of this series for Ironblood in particular. But at the same rate, looking to the longevity of the North American scene here in Challengers, we also need to see 3 Kings show a little bit more life.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We need them to show up. I think just winning a couple of matches here throughout the stage, could honestly do some really big things for them going into that final cup as well. I think it's really difficult to make an actual contest for that final playoff spot. But if you can try to grab some wins, and well, maybe if some things end up working out your way, maybe there's a possibility. But overall, I feel like, this is going to be a big one, obviously for both of these squads, but more so for Ironblood Gaming, because if they win this one, then they do actually still have some realistic chances to make it into that 4th spot.
Well, let's take a look to see exactly how the region has fared, because we talked a lot of the differences between both of these 2 teams and the Hardpoint in particular. The interesting thing about this is, even though the best Hardpoint team is whatever it takes, it's been as a collective squad. The individual performance out of players like VCOL and DiamondCon have actually taken North America by storm. Yeah. Whereas for 3 Kings Gaming, hey, as much as we have kind of come to know their I will say this very kind of loose approach towards playing the Respawn, Mind has done well, and that was kind of the big question mark about this 3 Kings roster when they were Stallions previously. Sturiel was the one dropped off in favor of Mind, and a lot of people's heads were scratched because of that, but Mind has been pretty solid, and I think if you're looking at this from 3 Kings perspective, you would love to see him do kind of the same kind of things that he has already done throughout the entirety of this season. Paradox and J-Pros are lovely observers. Are Plato and Socrates. Have you ever seen Bill? Oh, wait a second. This is this is an important question. Have you ever seen Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure?
No, I haven't.
Damn. Okay, we actually need to sit down and watch that together. It's a good one.
I'll take you up on that.
The whole shtick is they're studying Socrates, and he keeps calling him Socrates. That's the joke.
Okay. I love it. What a great joke. Anyway, let's jump in. Julian Cryptic already off to a nice little fiery start here, and Mind now getting involved as well. As it's going to be the initial break for 3 Kings, and we're going to now start to hold on to this. This is now actually going to force out Ironblood Gaming to hit through mid-map, take some early routes to P2, but don't want to give all this time over. However, the control has just been flawless here so far.
Yeah, and the little extra zoning in the front is really good as far as the timing of which 3 Kings were able to kind of advance past the hard point in particular. Decent moment here from Welly to get 3 in a row total for the life, but it's not going to influence what's actually happening on the hard point. So as far as everything's concerned, 3 Kings flawless, quite by the definition of the word, through this first hill, and now once again it's on Ironblood very early looking to recover around Mailroom.
Yeah, you kind of have to, you feel like, here with 46 points going over on P1. But Yuli ready to attack. How about it? 2 in a row for him inside of P2. Chance to be able to come away with 3. But the close bomb in the back right now for Ironblood. A lot more work needs to be done. However, Yuli is just apparently dancing around his opponents. Mind's now involved. And it's in a clinic here so far for 3 Kings.
Ironblood look like they are asleep at the moment. At the wheel? I don't even know if they're even at the wheel. I don't even think they're in the car. 51-10, the current situation at hand. And it's largely just been the Yuli and Mind show.
Yeah.
Finally, they get shut down, and Ironblood will get into the hard point. 20 seconds to fight for, which is going to feel like a requirement, but at the same rate, you also don't want to be slow on this rotation to 3. So you kind of got to play the war on 2 fronts and hopefully win the war on 2 fronts.
Yeah, it's just not happening right now. Early setup is good, and the initial kills come through for them successfully. Ironblood Gaming now going to be down by about 15 points here. We'll see if they can battle through as Exceed is almost able to turn around and snap, but Cryptic is there for the quick response, finds the trade, and gets the timing on the noisy. How about that play? Nice little aggressive challenge, slides out, gets the double, and now coming through from P1 will be the rest of Ironblood, but Alan, they are struggling to even sniff the hill right now.
Yeah, it's just at the form of 3 Kings are challenging these points of ingress way ahead of the choke points, and they're catching this Ironblood team off guard. Down towards docks, sure, we often see players on exit from 2 transition to 3 play towards the pier side, no problem, but on the second attempt, 3 Kings hit through dub stairs to cut off the next shot from the front, and Ironblood don't even really get a look at breaking until this exact moment where there's only 18 seconds to fight for. And if this continues, I mean, this is going to be a blowout game. So as Cryptic starts to make a play on rotation, it's Exceed trying to hunt him down, and You need to deal with Cryptic sooner rather than later if you're going to actually get a look at this fourth hardpoint cleanly in some form. And Cryptic's going to realize he's being chased. He'll find an exit, and he's able to still win the gunfight versus Exceed. Are you kidding me?
That is disgusting. I mean, just has to react. That's all he can do, flying out of that window, and he snaps on him. And now Cryptic trying to keep the play alive in the back. Noisy just too much to deal with here. Tries to help from the front, and that allows Cryptic to kind of take this route through the back here. Going on 5 in a row. This entire rotation, this entire setup is because of the man on your screen, who now has a chance of being able to earn a glide bomb. He is not missing bullets right now, Alan. 6 in a row, 1 off of the glide.
This is everywhere you look, man. There have been Three Kings members just dominating individually. And on the opposite side, Noisy's got 2 kills, 1 second of hardpoint time. I mean, things that make you go, I don't know what you do here if you're Ironblood. You got to get back into the mix, and you've lost your best opportunities twice in a row.
You certainly have 50 points, and Cryptic is still working for this final kill, so this will kind of slow them down around P5, but Assault gets some of the worst timing ever. But Cryptic does earn the glide, so will be helpful here. Going forward with some of the more open hills, even the P5 hill, but might be looking to save it. No need to use it right now. Will be a chance, though, for Ironblood Gaming to try to soak up some time. Noisy, who's 4-13 with a slow start, will just try to rely on his teammates to slay around him right now.
Oh, boy. Okay. Considering how the individual hard points have not necessarily looked great for Ironblood, count your blessings and pray to your God that you're just lucky to be in this game still. Just down 40 points. Sure. And it's a huge 1v1 that Kaiser's, golly, man. I say if Kaiser loses this, that's going to be a spawn flip. But because he gets the W, hold on a second. Ironblood are actually still going to spawn on the left side. I think everyone that's listening knows that I'm surprised by that, but we'll see exactly how this all fares because Three Kings are going to understand that we didn't get the spawns we wanted. So it's on to Yuli and the rest of the team to try to deal with this from the front. And actually a little bit of a split spawn situation as it looks like once again we flipped back and forth.
Yeah, they spawned right beside Kaiser there when he was up top on the warehouse. So he was a little caught off guard from the spawns, and now it's going to be a bit of a flip back over to P3 for the side of Three Kings Gaming. So a little bit of control here. Ironblood Gaming with a chance to be able to actually bring this one back. This has been a solid hold here for them, only down by about 30 points, and they can get all of it back if they can continue to hold the second half of this hill. Unfortunate teammate comes through for mine, but Kaiser able to make up for it with the 2-piece. Now it's Exceed, who will also be denied on a big play. One last 1v1. Kaiser will be pushed out of the hill for now, and Assault's now buying time for the remaining 10 seconds.
Okay, Yuli was able to get there for at least some contest over the scrap, but Noisy was waiting to confirm his trade. So the scrap time will be good for Ironblood Gaming. And you're down to now within 10. It still feels surprising considering some of the stat lines on the opposite side of the scoreboard, but it is what it is. And now it's down to a break attempt for Ironblood. Nice little stack, not just on the hill here for Three Kings, but also watching the outside points of ingress, and the kills are as clean as you could have ever imagined. 3 for 1, the exchange. Assault could only do so much on the outside of the hill. He's going to have to take his attention towards the OBJ. Nade on the way in, doesn't quite work out. Kaiser staying alive, caught into a corner. Assault good for 3 in a row, but eventually traded down as Three Kings still hold numbers. Cryptic from the high ground, tries to keep that the case. And it looks like the help is going to be enough as it's just Noisy left remaining, and he'll be finished off, no problem.
And it's been a lot of just the air pressure inside the hill, funny enough, here for the side of Three Kings Gaming. That has just been some incredible hold here for them. Yuli now with the sub will try to make a play as he tries to duck under the depths to take the individual 1v1. It won't happen. Assault cleans up 2. Now the spawns in the back are still going to be here for Three Kings Gaming. So down by a bit will be Ironblood, but they have the initial setup. They have a wide spread as well, and Kaiser's also able to sniff out Welly. So that's going to be a good start to try to ignite this push here through the Riverside.
Oh, and look at this. Exceed has actually stayed away from all these incoming nades over towards the dockside. This glide bomb's not going to find him either. Wait a second. This is actually the best moment we've seen from Ironblood. Exceed is still alive. He got a double backside docks. That's going to confirm the first 30 seconds with Three Kings still so far away from the hard point. You wipe one more flood here, you're in a position to really take the lead if you're Ironblood, but now the hit around the back, successful to block and flip the spawns. Noisy from inside the hard point could do nothing, and oh my goodness, how are you allowing Three Kings to run rampantly? You know where they're coming from. That just can't happen.
Yeah, I think it was a really late move either from one of the subs that were inside of P1. They were kind of holding on to that angle And I mean, you knew that multiple members were kind of pushing through this water side, but no one reinforced the back besides Assault. They kind of just relied on him to win all of those engagements on his own, and it doesn't obviously happen. Too much to ask for, and now an early rotation. Kaiser in the back, able to sniff out one. Can he do some more work like he did before? We'll see. He's going to be able to get himself to a top position. His teammates now also following him up.
Iron Blood are just playing hide and seek inside the hill at the moment. Noisy deep. Exceed playing close on that same set of staircases. Assault in a corner. And Kaiser can't see anything. Oh my. It's like a game of Where's Waldo, but there's actually no Waldo in the map. Completely bamboozling them. Noisy from the backside. Good for one, and then Assault keeps his life. Okay. Now 174 to 177. Spawn's good for Iron Blood. Mine trying to fight things back, but he needs to wait for help. This is going to be another lead swap.
Yeah, it's going to be another lead swap. I mean, this is also from a team that is getting outplayed, but they're just focusing the time. They're getting the critical kills around the objective that is leading to this overall differential that we're now seeing here. Just about 10 points in favor of Iron Blood Gaming. Cryptic will put himself in a good spot inside of P2, but ultimately, Iron Blood Gaming, they've just been so good at getting themselves on the time, picking up scrap here and there, Alan, and now they have a chance to be able maybe lock in a bigger cushion. If they can break P5, and that's a good start, they'll find you right away.
My goodness. You've got the map side that you want, you've got high ground control, and now you're starting to win a couple of crazy gunfights. That is a 4-for-1 exchange favoring Iron Blood Gaming. It may have taken a while, but they're starting to figure out that, wait a second, this is a competitive match of Valorant, Vanguard being played here. And now it's...
yet, Alan.
No spike plants here.
Assault. How about it, though? 23 and 24, but he's got 2 minutes of hill time. And now Exceed starting to catch a little bit of that same fire there. 4 in a row for him. Welly, what can he do on the rotation? He's got shots into both. One coming through the window. Ready to jump out. Spitting, turning, looking, but can't find him. And now we'll reset for a very quick moment as he gets the reload off. Challenge on the mind will not come through for him. This is going to have to be a big moment coming through here for the side of Three Kings Gaming. You can't let Exceed continue to streak as he's on 5 in a row, and Kaiser shuts him down.
Oh, but Kaiser! How is he staying alive? What is that desk made out of? He gets another behind it. Now all of a sudden, Welly is just reserved to play off of his nades. And Three Kings are fully stacked up. Keep your eye on number 3. Exceed's making a play around the back. And it's actually going to flip the spawns around. But is this taking too much time? Assault's the only player now from the front. Now he's the one that has to kind of play his life. Not going to happen. Three Kings need to turn to deal with this pressure from the back, but they don't fully read it. All of a sudden, it's looking like a full envelopment from Iron Blood. The kills come through. The break's going to be there. Noisy for a 1v1, and he wins it. 17 seconds to play on the hard point. Have to focus towards rotation.
Oh, there couldn't be a better moment for Noisy to start to come alive here. He was, what, 3 and 14 at one point in time. Now he's at least able to bring it back a bit. Good hard point time for Iron Blood Gaming. Just gonna need one good hit to break this, and Welly's already in a great position, but Yuli putting him under pressure, able to tag him up a little bit and force him at least off of the angle through that second floor. But now Assault getting involved. The first one is good. Noisy breaks the second. The break into the hard point looking good. 3 players drop for Three Kings Gaming.
Yuli, how much can he do? He's keeping his life. Cryptic's not too far out, but he's got to win these entries. Not gonna happen. Welly on 3 in a row. Up to Kaiser. Able to sneak in to try to neutralize the hard point, but there are still so many members from Iron Blood that you have to find, and it's not going to work out. I mean, goodness. This was like a 3v4 for the first rotation and a half of hard points, and then Noisy finally lights things up at the end, and that's the little push that's needed to kind of turn Assault's incredible hard point time into actual success onto the scoreboard. Woo! A spicy one to get us going here, Austin.
Yeah, a spicy one, but one I feel like Three Kings are definitely going to be scratching their head on for the fact that they were just completely outslaying everyone. I mean, at one point in time, like Noisy had like 3 or 4 kills to his name going into like that second rotation, or at least around P5. So, you know, with the fact that it was that close and you continuously hit on it throughout that map, it's like this should be like a bigger lead than what we're seeing, but they could never really like lock down, you know, a full on hill and kind of find 2, 3, 4 wipes outside of that first kind of P3 that we saw. From there on out, it was just constant contention, like over and over and over again, getting themselves into the point, being able to break in and keep it scrappy enough. And yeah, Assault, like you said, like just so good at being able to find those timings and just rely on his teammates to look around him. But you see moments like that we just saw, like Cryptic finding 3 in the back. You think that's going to translate to a lot of time, and it just simply wasn't coming in.
Yeah, it's just... Man, it felt like there were so many oversights for Ironblood at different moments in time where it came to how Three Kings were kind of setting themselves up, not only for the initial time that they were able to win rotations with, but also on their break attempts until it mattered most. Like, it felt to a point as we got out of that last train yard, the whole Where's Waldo reference part of the broadcast, Ironblood just kind of said, you know what? If we don't know where they're coming from, let's make them have to come find us as well. And that, I don't know how much of that is an actual decision that's being communicated or if it was just how the setup was built, but it worked out wonderfully for him. I mean, we saw from Cryptic's POV, he was sitting up top looking for people. It's like, where is everybody? They're in the hard point, but I don't see anyone. And that started to turn into a little bit of chaos that Ironblood were able to turn into their favor, and in particular, Noisy goes on a 5 spree at the end to really make sure that rotation from 1 to 2 was locked in. And man, the woes of Three Kings come to life in a very different way now all of a sudden in that first hard point as we start to take a look forward to our first Search and Destroy, which is going to be played on Bocage.
Yeah, the Bocage, and this is where you need Three Kings to show up, kind of show out here when it comes down to S&D. I mean, they haven't had a great HP record, and I think we get an idea of why they've struggled a little bit and why they were 1-5, at least coming into this second week. They just have not been very consistent, not really good at soaking up time, but more to the Search and Destroys, right? When I look at this team, I think, all right, they could likely do it in 5 if they can take one of the respawns.
Sure.
And I mean, this is also kind of one of the weaker game modes as well when you take a look at this Ironblood roster. I mean, this is where you have to kind of look to really take over, especially on a map like Bocage, where, some of the players are going to be a little bit slower when you look at the Salt and, Exceed at times as well. Willie likes to kind of set up a pre-aim with an AR, so maybe you look at just trying to be able to kind of play that patient game at times. Just don't give them the picks and set yourself up for success, but definitely need this map number 2 here if you are Three Kings.
Do you, I'm just curious, do you have any kind of wavering concern about the fact that this Ironblood team is coming off of playing a cup with a different group of people, that their Search and Destroy might be even a little bit more weakened up because of their lack of ability of playing through 2 full days worth of Search and Destroys? Or is that kind of a moot point in your mind and they think that it's, whatever, they played with some friends and they worked out well for them and now we're back into the mix? Like, I guess I'm kind of curious on your mindset around that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is valid to an extent because I think you have to always ask yourself, how much good Search and Destroy practice are you getting, like, outside of tournament play, outside of the elites, right? I think, we always talk about setting up S&D scrims, but I always believe that players play a little bit different in scrims than they do when it comes time for the real matches, right? They're going to take unnecessary risks. They're going to take unnecessary challenges to be able to create advantages. And those are things that you're not always going to do when you're going into like a round 9, round 10. Those are only things that you can kind of really get better at as a team if you're, consistently doing it in like kind of like a tournament format. So I think that to an extent, I mean, it definitely takes a little bit of a toll on you, especially if you were kind of playing some different roles and playing around those individuals throughout that tournament with the other 2 guys kind of coming in.
I just feel like it's one of those things that, like, you go into a weekend tournament, especially after playing through a first week of group stage, you've got kind of at least a baseline as far as what you want your playbook to look like, especially for a team like this Ironblood squad in particular that we're kind of focusing on with this narrative. You've got a pretty deep playbook in the first place, but I feel like when you're going through a long day where you're probably playing, 2 or 3 of the maps more regularly, you're probably hard videoing out one throughout the entirety of the weekends, that, like, you learn where your flaws are very quickly in certain particular rounds, and you're able to hopefully kind of grow off of adjustments. So I don't know. I think it may be a little far-reaching, and I'll take that out of my own self, but we'll see. Speaking of Search and Destroy, though, and who's been doing well, we'll take a second to look over the leaderboard to see who has been popping off in our one life game mode. And we already talked about Venom from the last series. It's just a stupid number. But for these 2 teams in particular, you look kind of down the list, missing, largely speaking, which is never great news, especially considering that the lowest on this top 5 is a 1.25. So, talking about Ironblood Gaming, need to see improvements for sure. But even for Three Kings, a solid S&D team, we're not seeing representation here in the top 5 either.
No, we're not. And I think that you're usually used to seeing people like Yuli. Like, whenever I think of Yuli, I kind of think of like that first match he played trying to qualify into stage 1 where he dropped like 20 kills, map 5 on for the loss, right? Like, I think of like little moments like that where, there has been some crazy sparks when it comes to the Search and Destroy performances that we just haven't always necessarily got. I mean, even when you kind of look at, Toronto, when we had the Open there, like, they ended up losing, a map number 5, around 11, I want to say it was, right? So, that's usually where I think they've been good at closing it out, but as of late, we just have not really seen those same performances translate. So, definitely, I think a little surprising, maybe not seeing at least some of these individuals up here on the leaderboards.
Well, we'll see if anyone will kind of come into our spotlight and forefront in this matchup for the Bakaj Search and Destroy. Three Kings looking to bounce back after what I think a lot of people will categorize as a bit of a throwaway in map number 1 in certain regards. Not to take anything away from Ironblood, who definitely woke up when needed to. And it will be Three Kings on the offense first. Kaiser watching over to see if there's going to be any aggression towards A. And Cryptic has actually started to sneak through over towards B. He's got Welly in his sights, but doesn't like the look of the gunfight as stuns are coming through. I don't believe Noisy is going to be recognized as being as close to this B side as he is.
No, probably not, unless the stun check comes in or he gives a little bit of an aggressive peek here and gets a little antsy. They're not going to know, but it looks like maybe the call is starting to be made to work through A here. You're starting to see a player for Kaiser. He's pushing up down low, and two of the players now that were over in Riverside here for Three Kings Gaming have been able to work themselves through mid-map, just a little bit closer to this A site, but an aggressive angle from Assault here. He's got a lot of room to work with, and might be able to find the first kill, but Mind takes him out. Meanwhile, Yuli gets a second.
Yeah, this is not great news because Exceed was on the way out of the site, or I should say out of Grandma's Hop's second floor. He was looking to get involved and help out where needed as the round was coming to kind of an end, so to speak, with the clock being where it was. But his rotation caught off guard, and just as Assault was taking the aggressive angle, the prediction from Three Kings was very well asserted. So now you've got a situation where Three Kings put together essentially a flawless round there in round number 1. Yeah, indeed they do. And Ironblood, what do you have for us on the offense here? I think the biggest thing about this Three Kings roster, I hate to keep going back and forth, I'm sorry for flip-flopping, but I'm curious to see if they're going to try to play aggressively or if they're going to try to hold back on this defense, because this was a team that was known for their staple tempo in Surge throughout the last couple of the seasons, and yeah, they're going to keep that up here as they move very quickly through the middle of the map.
Yeah, they want to get a lot of control, want to be able to at least force themselves into positions really early, and meanwhile, you kind of have two players here, Welly and I guess it's Assault that I've kind of just cleared out the back to make sure no hits coming in, but you lost Exceed down low, and Noisy's able to get a trade. But it is still numbers over to Three Kings Gaming. They're going to be up by about 1. Noisy and Welly have to cut through this 2 versus 3.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Welly. He's going to get scouted out. Mind is on the hunt. Should finish it no problem. Sure will. But as Noisy was able to confirm his second kill in the round, he's still got the bomb to work with. Dead Silence is about to expire, though, so you have to figure that this tempo and speed will come to a bit of a halt here in certain forms as he starts to tromp around the map like an elephant. But he's behind the rotation of Three Kings. He hasn't seen anyone yet, but if he keeps going towards B, he may catch a glimpse. No, not quite.
But he might get a timing to get the bomb down here, which is arguably maybe even more important with the fact that he has an AR and a sub to work with. So will he be able to get this off? It's a quick check there on A, but now Mind is just hightailing it over here. Noisy needs to try to exit safely.
They didn't see him.
And they didn't see him. They didn't see him go up the stairs, so he's going to be able to come all the way around this play.
He's just so loud. But he's in a great spot to look over where he had planted in between the canoe and the bomb site. And Mind has hopped it. And Noisy is not going to check it. Okay. Very anticlimactic finish, considering how that all set up, but all right.
Yeah, I think Noisy almost had his second charge for Dead Silence, so I think in his mind, he was like, okay, I'm just going to kind of play the gamble that they're not going to hop the bomb, and I'm just going to play for this timing to get my second Daddy and maybe try to rush in there, get a bomb check, and exit out with the high ground, but doesn't end up working out that way, unfortunately. It's just a good play call there for Three Kings Gaming, and Kaiser is still yet to find an engagement here, kill or death. He's just been kind of big chilling so far in this S&D, sticking defuses, doing what he has to do. But now we'll switch things up again. Three Kings Gaming on the attack, and the last time they took it very slow, just kind of went for a widespread. They'll do the same with the majority of the members, except this time Mind's going to be a little bit more pushed up here onto the A side.
Yeah, and Exceed with an AR means he's going to try to help Noisy get further forward in some way, but the team shots come out, and now Noisy, who is still behind this play, would feel pretty obligated to move forward. And actually, it's going to be Welly to kind of duo up with him as they make their play forward. Cryptic is watching the back. I don't know if he's seen Welly. It looks like he has. He's going back towards 10 to deny the play. Yuli was there to try to help out, but the trade is still confirmed nonetheless. And for Ironblood, you're stuck in this 2v3, needing a retake and a defuse, and it's not going to work out. My goodness, Three Kings looking clean through this search and destroy so far.
Yeah, it's just like patient play on offense, and I feel like, you know, most of the time on the defensive side, like you feel like you have to go for these checks, right? You never want this bomb to go down on the A site because it becomes difficult at times to clear out top barn, clear out the back, you know, tank positions, a lot of power spots that you're kind of fighting from sometimes in the low ground. And you kind of want to go for those constant checks, but it was an aggressive check through mid that really cost them. And you can see them as soon as Three Kings find that first blood, it is just the aggression that follows right after. And they make sure to use their numbers and use them right away. So Iron Blood Gaming still yet to find themselves on the board here. We'll see if maybe their aggressive play into B will work out for them, but I think that Three Kings are well aware of what's happening.
The thing about this is, for Three Kings, I was going to say, you've got the opportunity maybe to cut this post-plant into 2 with Mind's position, but as he loses out on the opportunity to capitalize on a kill, and Iron Blood get an established elimination through the bomb site, this becomes very difficult to navigate for Three Kings, and you can see exactly why. Decent shots on the way out, but it would have been a hard-pressed 1v3, and Iron Blood finally get on the board. And I like the call. Just get aggressive.
Yeah.
Throw your team nades. Trust that you've done your homework, and it works out nice.
Yeah, just force your way into B, right? Just try to get yourself somewhere. And I mean, you're never really going to be able to do it A without kind of exchanging a couple of trades, but sometimes you can get away with it at B, and, you know, that is just a spot where Three Kings are kind of heavily stacked through A and mid. Don't have anyone through B long, so... Nice little opening coming through there for Iron Blood Gaming. They get themselves around, and now it's just a matter of can they deal with Three Kings, you know, defensively, because they've been so good at finding these first bloods and then immediately trying to attack right after they find it.
Well, this is the same defensive setup we saw from Iron Blood in one of their initial defenses where Noisy plays on the bomb site while he watches over the top of him. And what you'll come to expect here in about the next 20 to 30 seconds, if nothing is pushed towards B, you're going to get Assault, who moves back over to help the outside of A, and Wellies, who's going to watch from backside tower, leaving Noisy essentially by himself. So we'll see if that will become the case once more. Yuli, from a prone position, he must have long arms to open that door from there. He'll get in, no problem. They've cleared their corners, and now here's the rotation defensively as Iron Blood will start to realize this is not a hit towards B, but look at Cryptic. He's actually snuck through this defensive setup looking for a flank.
Big kill needs to come through there for Exceed, but he can't find one. Assault with the AR decides to make the challenge, but Yuli up close will just rip him to pieces. And once again, just the numbers going the way of Iron Blood, or rather Three Kings Gaming off the rip, but Noisy gets one back as he makes a little flank play happen through the water side. And now this is going to be able to keep this defensive play alive, but it's a matter of what Kaiser wants to do. But now Kaiser goes down. That's also the bomb dropped in 10 seconds remaining. We got a 1v1. Mind up against Welly. He's got to play for the kill.
Yeah, and he knows this, and well, he's repositioned, and he's just going to watch him go exploring in the backside of the tower. Yeah, I really like this call from Iron Blood as far as what this default defense is going to look like, where you've kind of got this 2-1-1 split up with 2 players very aggressively keeping an eye over towards B, and then once you start to realize how many nades are being thrown where, you kind of readjust and adapt what you want to do defensively. And this time, even though it doesn't really work out for them in the middle of the map on Grandma's house, they're able to still use the outside of the map very effectively because of that B stack. You know, you get the long flank from Noisy because of his ability to stay safe at Trench for so long. So that's definitely going to be a concern, I think, for Three Kings in the future, but we'll see if that will be the case next time around when we get there. Because for now, it's about what we get out of Iron Blood from the offense. Pretty reserved defense out of Three Kings, largely stacked over towards mid, playing crossfire positions on the interior, and then Cryptic just makes sure that no one will push through water wheel side. He's not even going to bother trying to play off the defensive tank.
Shots from Exceed, just trying to search for some info. And Mind will be the one that kind of just continues to open up that window, or might have already been able to kind of shoot a hole through it to watch that A plant. Now some auto aim from the back here. See, just trying to see what he can get, what he can search for, any information that he can gather. No commitment with the bomb. Still posted up in the middle of the map here will be Noisy, who has been one of the stronger players so far, but Mind kind of peeking through the crack will get shrugged off the angle for at least a second, and now this is maybe an opening to try to get this bomb down.
What a prediction! Oh my goodness, that is so good from Exceed. Reads it like a book and then finds an MP40 on the ground and turns that into a double. Cryptic off the response, but Noisy there to try to follow up. Leaves Kaiser with 28 HP. Would have to be a 1v3 from Kai. Good shots on Noelle. He finishes the kill. And now it's down to where has Adam Assault gone to? And Kaiser is moving quickly. Pistol up. He's going to clutch it. 1v3 from Kaiser. More than enough time to defuse. And a huge missed opportunity for Iron Blood.
Wow, what a play for Kaiser, man. Just a nice little hop up in the back, right? Uses the barrels to his advantage, and that's just a peek over the top, knowing that a player is likely going to be posted up there with 2 AR players left on the roster here from Ironblood, and just finds some beautiful shots there on Dwelly. And then it's Adam Assault, well, typically going to be playing that kind of safer spot near the back, and Kaiser just reads it like a book, gets back there, gets the job done with the pistol for a 1 versus 3. And that's going to allow Three Kings Gaming to pull ahead here by a couple rounds once again.
Man, just things you cannot have happen if you're Ironblood. Exceed actually going to get caught out in the river. Also stunned as a part of that, I believe, was Welly. He's back now up the tree. And it feels like Noisy actually maybe wants to hit a timing through mid to cut off this rewrap back, but he's not going to be able to get there in time. Still going to play into Gatehouse, a very dangerous position, not only because of his ability to get quick kills, but if he gets isolated, there's no sense of help, and the latter of the two situations comes to fruition. So now a 2v4, and you're going to feel like if you're Ironblood, you kind of need to find a way to salvage this, but well, he's going to get caught, and now it's just down to a little bit of red dot chasing you have to feel like, but he gets a kill and gets out. Oh my goodness, how has he managed this?
Oh, I don't know if Yuli saw him there. It didn't look like he did based off where the arrows are going. And now Assault to the back, but he doesn't finish off the kill completely. However, it opens up a window for Welly. And now this 2v4 turned into a 2v2. Welly finding 2 of those kills. Middle map control is good, but this will at least allow the bomb to go down, and they can play from the defensive side, so the setup's still good here post-plant.
I wonder if Mind does any nades. Yuli's completely empty. Mind also empty, so they're going to have to get this done just by way of their positions, and that's not a great spot for MP40 to be. Yuli also has an SMG to play with. Looking to check to see off the bomb. That's going to be his win condition, to sit here and clutch up. And Ironblood, they're going to clear the back, but do they double focus to trying to clear the interior, or are they going to play bodyguard? It'll be bodyguard. So Yuli trying to foil this. Shots over to Welly. He's not going to get here in time. He's not going to get here in time. Oh my! The 2v4 comes through.
Wow, that's one because Assault stretches the bomb. He stretches the bomb behind the site, and that kind of takes it, out of Yuli's vision, where I think he did a little bit of like a double take, where at first he's like, wait, no one's on it. I'm going to be able to run away and kind of re-peek from a different angle. But then he kind of challenges again, knowing that, okay, wait, maybe he can stretch this, and he's forced to take that challenge. And Assault is just there, sticking the defuse. What a 2v4 here for Ironblood Gaming.
Needed it. Absolutely needed it. And now everything comes to a bit of a calm here in the early moments, but Mind has gotten to a very far position on the balcony just outside of the barn. Uh-oh. And okay. Looks like we had a little bit of a lobby issue. So, my goodness. Reactions have to be, again, as the first series was, genuine surprise to how this map has started to unfold between these two teams. 1v3 should never have happened in the first place, but the same can be said about the 2v4. And I think when you have moments like that, you forget about the negative and you have to applaud the positive that came through in both of those moments.
No, absolutely. I mean, just great clutch plays on the day. It feels like almost every Bocage S&D that we've had as well has just been a nail-biter, where it's just like back and forth, either way it can go. So it's definitely been a lot of fun moments here so far. But that one, I mean, crucial for Ironblood Gaming. Tough that the lobby disconnects because, maybe all of a sudden those guys are getting a little more pumped up, getting more a little amped up after a 2v4 like that. And then, of course, the clutch play in the end. But we'll jump back into that one very, very shortly. However, the mind games have always been fun. I mean, this is what we kind of always talk about within Search and Destroy, right, Alan? Where it was kind of just initially the great rounds from Three Kings, just picking apart some of those normal spots you'll see people in, kind of just going for the wall bangs, shrugging them out, making sure that they're able to take some of these sites, together, using their aggression with one another. It has been a treat to watch here, but yeah, we'll see if they can continue to keep that going, because so far Ironblood have been able to kind of stuff it, at least the last couple rounds we've seen.
100%. And, that play from Exceed in that moment where the 1v3 eventually comes out, it just kind of goes to show, like, their read of how Three Kings want to set up defensively is starting to be very, very clear. And if that continues, there could be problems brewing, because we really haven't seen a lot of flexibility from Three Kings, save what that previous setup was going to look like, where you've got a player in mind who jumps out and over in towards a kind of barn contested spot. He's not really playing for barn control, but he's at least playing for the exits. And that's something we haven't really seen so far from Three Kings. So is there more of that? Because it kind of feels that even though Iron Blood still find themselves down around, they're figuring out what Three Kings want to do defensively. So it very well may be one of those situations of who's able to put together the best defense from now on out. Because on the other side, I think you kind of have Noisy and this Welly set up over towards B pretty largely figured out for Three Kings. So those are kind of the things so far. Again, we'll try to get news on what's happening with the title and the game and what exactly we're going to be doing as far as the score is concerned. I imagine we'll get the same score that we just had. But for now, we'll step away for a brief break, get everyone back into lobby. We'll be back with the continuation of Bocage Search when we come back right after this. Here we go. We're getting right back into the mix here, friends. 4-3 the tally in favor of Three Kings. So do the math at home. It's simple math. Hopefully you can figure out what each team needs to get to 6. Visions, I think the biggest thing about it is both teams offensively have started to kind of figure out what the defense is trying to do. So in my mind, no matter how we start things off, I'm looking at the defense setup first and foremost. Who's going to change things up in a convincing way to possibly take a late advantage in this map?
Yeah, that's the really big factor for us. I mean, we've seen Three Kings a couple of times be willing to kind of give up the early players on B to reinforce A right off the bat, because we've known from the past Iron Blood Gaming like to use a lot of that aggression, kind of storm their way into the site, see if they can overwhelm it, trade out effectively, and drop the bomb. But, you know, they've been able to also showcase that, hey, listen, if you want to do that, that's fine. We'll run right through B. We'll hit the water side. We'll see if we can also kind of force our way onto this site, which, you know, did end up working out for them in one of those rounds. So they have been able to at least throw a curveball here or there that you have to respond to if you're Three Kings on the defense. And like you said, both teams are starting to get a little bit more creative. So they get a chance to talk things over for a couple minutes, and now we'll see what they want to do differently, what they're going to change and adapt to. It looks like we're loading back in, and again, it is a 4-3 tally in favor of Three Kings as we jump back in.
And other kind of macro reminders, of course, you see it on the screen there, Ironblood taking the map 1 win in kind of late fashion, are up 1-0 in the series. And the necessity here, as far as playoff hopes are concerned for Season 4, Ironblood needs to win this series and their match tomorrow to have a chance at maybe a tiebreaker situation, if not maybe an outright win, depending on what D2O does. So we'll see how things unfold. Three Kings, they will actually be on the right side of your overlay in the orange, starting on defense. And it is a bit of a different look. It's a page out of Ironblood's book. They've got this little stack up over towards B. Yuli watching mid-street, Kaiser watching the mid-cross, and Mine staying safe underneath on the site itself.
Shots coming through, but nothing connecting for a first blood as of just yet. You can just hear the wall bangs from everyone on the map and the long-range battle that's also taking place through the water side. Now everyone's starting to group up here through mid. Still 45 seconds left, so you don't have to jump on the bomb just yet, but they want to. Ironblood Gaming are going to make the call, and Noisy should be able to get this down and exit safely.
And look at the response here from Ironblood. They know that the threat is over towards the waterfront side, so your post plant is all going to be about watching this flank, and Welly will be close by the defensive tank to pop up and make sure no one's on the defuse, which Three Kings are starting to sneak forward towards. Now it's time for Welly to go, but he doesn't see Yuli? Oh no, it's all gone wrong. It's just up to Exceed. Has to check this from the corner. He'll only get one. Quick follow-up on the defuse will be there, and that'll put Three Kings on 5 total rounds. Oh boy.
And the double hit that came through Waterside, like on the initial retake, was huge because they found Assault. I think they just barely found Assault as he was trying to wrap around the corner into the back, because if he gets back there and survives, then they get great info onto 2 members on the retake, kind of cutting through mid or either making the decision to come all the way around the back to look for Assault. So just a really good job of making sure they track that kill down, and then from there, everyone's able to kind of move through together. And it's also an unfortunate moment on the tank as well, where Yuli finds a free pickup. So good stuff here, and now that's going to put Three Kings Gaming up 5-3. One more round needed to be able to tie the series up here 1-1.
Stun checking over towards double doors. That'll allow Three Kings to get onto the wall of Grandma's house. Exceed with an AR, playing up top. Noisy looking to kind of keep contesting over towards mid gates. Yeah, it's just the same setup, man. And Three Kings have gotten a really solid read on this. The early stun check to make sure Noisy isn't there early, and then you follow up with numbers to make sure if he does hit late, you can win the gunfight no problem. And now the focus with the bomb in hand starts to move over towards A, which is very weak as far as the setup is concerned defensively.
Control bottom granny's looking good, and you're going to lose Exceed and maybe even Assault, but the trades are good. And now it's Welly that you have to call for. Try to clutch up a 1 versus 3. Bomb's going to go down. Post plant setup is in. Position's going to be known. And this all of a sudden got a lot harder for Welly, but he does get information onto both players. If he can exit, this is maybe still doable, but he's got to go big.
Yeah, not going to happen. So it'll be a 6-3 affair in what had largely been a chess game dominated by Three Kings in the opening portions of the map. Finishes off to the same accord. So again, label it after the reset, 6-3 for Three Kings. They bring us back to 1-1. No real breakdown in this one from the Search and Destroy as compared to the hard point. It was, again, just really good awareness and adjustments on the fly to get one good offense, one good defense, send it to control.
There you have it. Send it to control. And now it's just a matter of tightening up a little bit more on the respawns, right? Like, I think that we've gotten to see like good glimpses, you know, out of this Three Kings roster when it comes down to respawn here and there throughout the stage. It just ultimately comes down to closing it out, right? In those final moments and those second rotations of hard points, you know, making sure you're tightening up, actually collecting time. And, you know, the big factor here is that, you know, a lot of these guys do originate from the Stallions team that we always love to, you know, kind of remind everyone of the creativity they love to bring when it comes down to control. It'd be more difficult to do now that, you know, other teams kind of realize that and know of that. But at the very least, we do know that there is, you know, a lot of potential when it comes to this team in this game mode. So we'll see if they can, in fact, do it as we take another look at the series layout.
And it's not just the fact that it's going to be hard-pressed to continue to get away with creativity and control because people are used to it, but even more so that we're going to be doing it on Gavudu. So the ability to be creative is that much more limited as compared to a Tuscan or a Berlin. In fact, we will also have Gavudu for map number 4 as well with this 1-1 map count. In terms of what that means for both of these two teams so far, as we kind of mentioned leading into this matchup, this was the map that it was played for Three Kings versus 705 in their control, and they got 3-0 smoke showed. So not great news there, but outside of that, it really hasn't been a large sample size worth of control on one map or the other for either of these two teams. It's just when they were starting off the day, it was Iron Blood starting off at a 3-1 win count on the control, Three Kings at 2-2, even though both teams just lost in their first slot. 0-3 against their first opponent. So it's hard to kind of pick a favorite into this map in particular, but I do think inherently when you're dealing with a little bit more of an AR-centric lineup in Iron Blood Gaming, you do give a little bit of favor that direction, but I say that with only limited amounts of kind of confidence due to the fact that they do play this map very uniquely, as we learned in Toronto. 4 AR set up defensively is what they surprised everybody with. We'll be interested to see if they stick with that.
Yeah, it will be. And I mean, if that is the case, then that means that your break is that much more important when there's 4 ARs on the map, because all of a sudden when you're attacking and you go 4 down or something like this, you're like, okay, now we got to break out of our spawn. Well, you're doing it against 4 ARs that are posted up on the ship, kind of posted up, inside of P1, pushing through the beach side, you name it, just trying to take full control of the map. But you need to have, those kind of aggressive angles initially for the players on Iron Blood Gaming to be able to kind of ignite all of those moments and, really set yourself up for those positions. So we'll see if they decide to stick with it. I mean, we know what Noisy is able to do at times with the submachine gun, but he didn't have, that best start to a map like Berlin. So if that is the case, what kind of value is Noisy going to find, with that submachine gun in hand, I think will also be kind of an interesting look as we jump into that control throughout this map. But on the other hand, I think that, we had a lot of great things to say when we were looking back at stage 2 with the Stallions, when we were seeing like Cryptic and Kaiser, like those two in particular, I think had really kind of just surprised us, shocked us completely with the way that they were performing and the multi-kills they were able to come away with that time. So if you can get some more of that coming into this to match the AR pressure, that's maybe how you come away with a potential map 3 win here if you are Three Kings.
I mean, to be candid, especially relating to the Toronto Open in particular, every time we saw Gavudu control, which by the way, there was a lot of it, it was all defense all the time. I don't think we saw a single offensive win throughout the weekend when we were at least featured on the main stage. And that just kind of goes to show that certain cheeky things like this quote-unquote 4 AR setup that we expect to see from Iron Blood have really kind of established a more stalwart defensively sided map already. But on top of that, as you kind of were alluding to, this really does keep this focus and the spotlight on the SMG from the offensive side in particular, where it's, can you even get into A? And if so, you better value your life, because if the defense is playing 4 ARs, you can't just give away free kills. We saw a little bit of that in our first series this evening. So I'm kind of keeping my eye on those playstyle decisions for those SMGs in particular.
Yeah, I am too, but I think we are going to take a look at the scoreboard as well coming in here for Control so far here in stage 4. Again, the final stage, and well, a lot of whatever it takes members coming in at the top, Clayster and Brack. I mean, this is, two of the big standouts that we've seen so far here in North America, but we also got Welly down there here for us, as well as Cryptic. So a member on either side that has been able to squeak in here for as far as the KDs and what they're bringing to the table. Welly at 1.23, of course, Cryptic right under him at 1.21. So, I mean, just kind of even going to the point we just made, Alan, we know there is a lot of potential when it comes to slaying and being able to fry with those ARs. It's just a matter of doing it consistently here against one of your key opponents if you are in this matchup.
It's just, outside of those particular two players, every time we've seen these scoreboards, we were talking about this while we were in between Europe and North America, like Cup 12 was literally CDL 2.0. Like the top 4 teams from Cup 12, only 2 of them were either not previous CWL or CDL pros or Challengers champions from the full season. Yeah. Talking about Ghosty and Valence. Everybody else that was on the top 4 teams that had placed in Cup 12, large amount of them were either recently or in the last 3 years a part of the Pro League or were Challengers champions. It has been an unbelievable display in the last couple of weeks across North America. It's just weird seeing the name Clayster next to a Challengers logoed graphic, especially when he's putting up numbers like that. I mean, come on, 1.4. That's just like, hello, what else do you want the guy to do?
Yeah, dude. I think Clayster has really kind of found himself too, overall. I mean, as much as we're obviously not trying to steer away from the matchup we currently have, on screen at the moment. We're just waiting to load into it, but I think Clayster has been one of the better players so far in this stage, and we haven't really got that Clay in quite a bit of time, so I'm sure we'll get a lot more of him going into playoffs without a doubt. But either way, it looks like our map number 3 is good as we roll through the fly-through here on Gavutu. It's been mainly convincing. We've seen some teams even hold out on not giving out a single tick on the day, but we'll see what this one has in store for us. Series all tied up here 1-1.
Here we go. Offensive lens has to be kind of where we start things off with, just due to the fact that, again, the defense has been so convincing from both teams. But we'll see. First blood good for Yuli. That's going to turn into an opportunity to start making your way into A, but Three Kings getting a little too cute with this. They're trying to actually put some pressure over towards B, and no one's even on the zone now because Cryptic has to watch from the top side of ship, and a chance to stall the clock has been missed.
Looks like some nades coming out through the top here to try to deal with Cryptic. That's going to be a good one to at least force off his position, and that timing's going to work out so nicely for Assault. I love that call right there. It's all about the nade to shrug Cryptic off of the angle. Assault hits low, and look at the map control that Ironblood Gaming just gained.
Yeah, and this 4AR setup, by the way, why they're able to do this, this guy on your screen will be the first one to switch to a sub if there is significant pressure from the offense on towards A. But in that particular moment, because there was only one player left to find, and you know it's Cryptic with an AR, Noisy just comes back off spawn with another automaton, and this 4AR setup becomes so difficult to break down because of the power positions being watched across every lane of the map, largely speaking. And even still, with what you would consider to be maybe a lack of forward pressure due to the AR setup, you still had an opportunity for Welly to get forward. Now Noisy, still with the AR in hand, able to deny, and we're down to 15 seconds on the clock. No ticks of progress yet made.
Wow. A lot of this round coming back to that retake we just saw. But it is still at least one tick in. Exceed doesn't check his close right. So actually, this is maybe still a chance here. And overall, Three Kings actually might be able to lock in a full extra minute. Double stack on the zone. Ticks are flying through. Everyone posted up, but maybe one last attack coming in here for the side of Ironblood Gaming. They're going to try to move in. Kills are good. Last one in the back is going to be Noisy. But Mind, he's really forced into a tough spot. Might not even be able to make a move to the zone.
No, it's all over. And even in that life, even though Noisy stays at the 4AR setup, instead of helping the mid because of the threat, he's the one to make the long route through ring, around the back, to pull the full defensive containment on the A zone in particular. So, yeah, I mean, we talked to these guys before they jumped onto stage. It was supposed to be Saturday night. The match got moved to Sunday morning. They were like, trust me, Gavutu Control's going to make it through this ban process, and we've got something special for you guys. And boy, were they ever right. No one touched them, honestly. And the fact that 2 ticks, nearly a full zone was taken by Three Kings, I think is actually impressive considering the display we've seen from Ironblood, not just in this season of Elite, but also back during our last Open.
Comes over the top here, Welly. Trying to battle out from afar, and that actually could enable Noisy, and I like this play from Noisy. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Try to back up a little bit, but there is some good timing coming in. But Welly's got his teammates back, watching over that mid lane. Will now start to make this play unfold in and around A. First tick looks like it will be solid. Player down low, or rather on top of the ship, though, has been able to make a move. It's Yuli who finds 2 right behind Assault. We'll see if they can trade him out. Yuli is still playing his life.
Dude, it just can't happen. You had Assault. He got a 3-piece in front of the zone, and no one could track down Yuli. Now on 4 in a row, he's got an automaton to work with in a great spot to potentially work for streaks. The first tick of progress was good. The whole zone was looking even better for a moment until Yuli had something to say about it. Nade will eventually take him off his spree, but Mind picks up in the same location as soon as he dropped, and Cryptic over the top will make sure that nobody from Ironblood can get out of spawn. Oh boy, it looked like a really good setup offensive for Ironblood, but Yuli just completely shuts it down himself.
Yeah, it looked like the A zone was just done. Like, it looked like we were going to start talking about B, but no, now we're talking about getting out of your spawn here if you're Ironblood, and Exceed is able to combine for 2. So this is now going to allow them to get on the zone, stop the clock. Second tick on the way. Exceed's now got the control here up front by Boiler. Needs to try to find these kills, but it's Yuli. Of course it is. The sub player here for the side of Three Kings Gaming, continuously being a thorn in the side.
Cryptic for the bait, Yuli for the switch. Perfect. Great execution on the retake. And this is different. You know, Exceed was the only one to pull out an SMG in this attacking round that I could tally, and it was only for like 1 life. I'm a little bit confused by this offensive setup here for the side of Ironblood. They're going to get Exceed on towards B for just a small moment to try to stall the clock out, give one more chance to get an extra 60 seconds, but no one's going to get there in time by the look of it. Maybe someone can dive in. Nope, not quite able to get there in time. And without having an SMG offensively for Ironblood, Yuli's able to get forward, and then as soon as he's in your face, he's going to win gunfights like that. The 3-piece that he saw was heroic by nature because he was in a 1v4 essentially, but if no one's going to run an SMG versus him, he's going to finesse you.
Yeah, he will. Yuli's taking full advantage of it, 11-7. No zones going over here so far in the control, and I want to say it was only one tick the first round for Three Kings Gaming, right? So
two for Three Kings in the first, one for Ironblood.
Okay, so will be a slight advantage, but now we'll see if this will be a little bit of a better round coming through offensively off the rip here. For Three Kings, Mind is kind of just debating whether or not he wants to fight down low or get up high. He's able to find one mid-map. Free Fire coming through, waits patiently. Regen is in. Is now allowed to take control of the top ship here, so this is a good angle here for him, but he's got to try to play his life, got to find kills, and Assault will shut him down.
Trade does come back, though. Cryptic a chance to still challenge topside boat. Exceed not in a position to fully push forward yet, and Exalt, who is looking for some timing, gets punished at the exact same moment that Yuli actually clears top ring. Uh-oh. Once again, Three Kings with numbers, but Noisy in the middle of the map. Eliminates it down to just 2 offensive members around A, and they can't feel comfortable enough to even get on towards the zone. Noisy a little poke and prod here. There's going to be an even trade coming through. And defensively, Ironblood, they'll be in a great spot as no ticks have even been threatened yet, let alone collected. As well, he comes back forward to make sure the top of the boat stays contested. Last chance here, you feel like, for Three Kings.
Seed patiently waiting for them to get a touch on the zone. Still looking for a tick of progress. 14 seconds on the clock. Those are good kills here for Three Kings Gaming. Exceed also tagged up, information given, and he'll be tracked down. So this is actually a lot of control, a good spread. Mine's going to push out here through the front on that 3 spree. And this looks like it could potentially be the A zone going over.
Yeah, and it's another setup defensively where the threat is starting to come in, but nobody from Ironblood's going to swap over to an SMG. And when you're in a position to where you have to try to get in and challenge, but you've got automatons, it's going to cost you in the life department. I mean, even if you trade out, it's not enough largely to, you'd think, win the defense off of A completely, but even on top of that, not only do Three Kings get the extra 60 seconds, they were able to turn this into, at one point, about a 5-life lead. It's down to 3 now. But Mind on 4 in a row is in a great spot to try to cut off some reinforcements. Just watch this mid-cut while the rest of his teammates focus on the front. They've got numbers to make this play happen, and this is the best setup we've seen so far from either team towards trying to get towards B. But Exceed and Assault able to take down 3. Welly gets the 4th, and it only costs them a single life.
See now up top, just trying to play through P1. Control looking good, at least for as far as the perimeter defensively. But if you can find a kill at 2, really start to set up the aggressive push. Assault down low. Doesn't need to fully take the challenge, and Exceed's going to do good by him by finding the kill up top. Exceed maybe for a second, but no. Mind is able to get 1. However, the problem is time. 15 seconds left. You have no members with you. This is all on Mind versus the world here at the moment.
Yeah. And it doesn't look like it's going to work out for him. just to put it plainly, not going to work out at all. And honestly speaking, so here's another situation at hand. So it's another 3 ticks of progress added to Three Kings. So they've got 5 in total to Ironblood's 1. So Ironblood's going to need to get the A zone and 1 tick of progress at B to force a kill tiebreaker, which they exited that last round at, I think, a 6-life lead. So, you know, you put all the conditions towards trying to put yourself on the favored side of the map for what looks to be an inevitable round 5. You're going to need to do 4 ticks of progress and hopefully keep the life lead tight, because at the moment, mathematically, I believe they've got a little bit of a lead, but it really just comes down to what happens here on this round. First and foremost, you got to get on to A. You got to do better than 1 tick of progress.
You got to do a little better than that for sure. And if someone's finding 3 sprees, you better come out with at least a tick or 2. We'll see what happens here. Aggressive challenge. Yuli's just been too good with the sub inside of the ship. Continues to do so with his dominance. Exceed, though, is able to find one with the nade and one just individual gunfight off screen. And that's going to give time for Welly to come around the back, who is on the spree himself, but Cryptic there, hot on his heels to shut him down. Will be able to find the trade. Kaiser now with another, but it's Noisy up top, getting involved in the play. So still good control. Noisy's able to find 2, and now this is the chance here for Ironblood Gaming to at least get on the zone.
Man, I would have loved to have seen Noisy just keep his life, use that SMG as a weapon to really dominate and get some significant control here at A. But once again, as he gets traded, watch Yuli, he's right underneath. Oh, okay, I thought for a second he was going to get the best of Welly. That would have turned into an entry in towards the A zone defensively, but Welly's not going to be bested by anybody. 4 in a row for Welly to the pistol, trying to put a little bit more into the effort, but gets cut short. First tick of progress is good. Noisy off spawn with a sub in hand. Not going to take out Yuli to initially start this second tick of progress. So it's on to Exceed to make something happen. A couple of tags come through. Good prediction. Little wiggle and a little wag. But largely the gunfight will be avoided as Three Kings waiting for some help will get what they need.
And those are like two separate moments where there's been like a massive individual play like out front of the point, but somehow it just feels like Three Kings are still able to sneak back through, retake the zone, and stop Ironblood Gaming from getting any progress. So now they make a desperate play over to the B zone, and from the top ropes, guys just gonna be able to hop up, find the kill with the pistol, and Cryptic's gonna start to slowly deplete that tick. So ring control still here, but a big one-on-one for Cryptic, just barely surviving out, is gonna continue to keep Ironblood Gaming just pinned in the back of their spawn.
It's just, look, it's been a minute since we've seen a team really dominate when it comes to an offensive side of this map. And that conversation extends to the CDL for what it's worth, but man, the more I watch this 4AR setup for Ironblood on the offense, the more I feel like they just shoot themselves in the foot, because there's just never the opportunity in scrappy gunfights around A to use one player to finesse, control, hold a corner, and out-trade, because everyone's got an automaton. And when Three Kings defensively know this, all it comes down to is hold your good line of sights and get Yuli forward. He's on 6 in a row, and I imagine this is Paradox is giving us the onboard look at his start once again. There's just no one's able to control him. The stuns and nades will connect kind of, but with the sub, he can threaten this side door as soon as Ironblood get on the zone. He just has to wait for someone to touch.
He wants to play for this kill as well, but Kaiser and Mind are finding everything. Noisy's the last one left alive. He knows he's got an individual 1v1, so Noisy gets just tagged up a bit. You'll imagine have to see Yuli just kind of fly forward and maybe finish off that kill for 7, but the teammates are just doing too good of a job right now. He's got no kills to get now, and he's got no kill for number 7, but he's got himself in a tight spot here up top on Cliff.
I can't get behind this offensive look for Three Kings. I just think it's too reserved when you run 4 ARs like this. They're going to win the middle of the map for a time, but Yuli is able to earn himself a glide plus another. Good grief. That's why you run a sub. Am I beating a dead horse here, Austin? I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here.
What do you want them to do, Alan? I didn't get that.
I want him to run a sub.
Well, they need one now. I'll tell you that. Because they got to get to the zone. They got to sprint there. But, hey, how about this? Welly and Noisy, they do find 3. And Kaiser, you still got to get through them. Kaiser might be able to really put this one away if he could get 1 or 2 more, but will be overwhelmed. 19 lives playing up against 16, but maybe none of it even matters because there's only 19 seconds on the clock, but Assault does win. At least 1 up top. First tick is there. And they win out on the battles, though. It's just too overwhelming, and Yuli again inside the ship.
It's just every time we swap to an Ironblood member, they can't take the initial challenge because there's a sub waiting for you. It's just everything that we've seen kill-wise around A feels like it comes with an L-triggered trade. Yeah, I've established my position on what I feel about this offensive look for Ironblood. I don't know if you could guess what I feel about it at this point, but it's not going to work out for them here, it feels like. Yuli on another 3. Takes down Welly. No problems. Little 360 pirouette for the fans at home as Three Kings Gaming will take a 2-1 edge, winning the Bacage search and a 3-2 here in the Kavudu control.
Wow. Man, it's a rough day for Ironblood Gaming. They lose their first matchup. I mean, they have to win this one if they want to be able to get into playoffs. Like, this is a must-win because they play DTO tomorrow, and the fact that they are now 2-1 down here in the best of 5, Alan, I mean, it is certainly speaking volume because this is a scary spot to be in against a team that has not really been the best when it comes to respawns. And, well, the good news is that they haven't been very good when it comes to hard points specifically. So there is still a very likely chance to send this to a Game 5. But with the way that we just saw, Three Kings Gaming kind of ripped them apart and utilized Yuli to his best potential when you get him up close. Like, it was just constant takeover, and they didn't even give up the hit zone once.
And that was the thing, I'm the first person to sit there and say, like, when we watched Ironblood play this map in Toronto, one of the big keys that we saw in this 4AR setup, both on the defensive side and then 100% on the offensive side, was Noisy would play mid-map on the defense, and as soon as there was a threat established onto A, he would swap to a sub and then be able to get forward fast enough to do what Yuli had done. And I don't think at a single moment on the offense did we even see Iron Blood start off with a sub in hand, which was different than what they did in Toronto, where they were really poor on the offensive side. It was just the fact that they were indomitable defensively. They were always winning their Gavudu controls, it felt like, in round 5 because they had defense. But Three Kings had an answer by the way of Yuli, who went 25 and 19, 5 offensive kills. Is that right? Maybe it is right. And he got 3 of the tiers captured in particular. I feel like he got a lot more done on offense than that, but maybe he didn't.
There were some times where he was just kind of like sitting inside the ship, like holding like a tight little corner, and just
I guess that's true.
Just like slaying out over and over again. So maybe he just wasn't too involved because they were long range battles. But whenever they got up close, we saw a lot of Yuli, and he was putting in some great work there. I mean, that was one of the better Gavutu defensive controls that we've seen in quite some time. So really good stuff here for Three Kings Gaming. Very convincing up against Iron Blood Gaming. And I mean, I even wonder like why not just run a sub until you capture the A zone and then run to the 4AR setup, once
Agreed.
you have to start focusing the B. But is what it is, and now we look forward to what is going to be a hard point coming up here where, again, it was a really good start for Three Kings Gaming, but they let up on the gas and they had a really hard time actually accumulating time here. So we'll see if they've been able to make some adjustments coming in, and if so, well, they can very well kind of punch the ticket for Iron Blood Gaming and make sure they do not actually have a chance going into playoffs.
Yeah, Three Kings is just out here playing spoiler, essentially. I mean,
yeah,
I would have to look at the schedule a little bit more in depthly. I guess technically speaking, there could be a multi-team tiebreaker with just 3 wins if Destroy the Odds loses out. And maybe Iron Blood and Three Kings kind of get to this position where Three Kings wins out. I don't know. That's why we have Brody. Brody loves doing permutations
Brody
like
loves that.
Between the GB team and Brody, they'll figure it out. But I think technically speaking, there is a chance for a multi-team 3-way tiebreaker. That would be the only other kind of hope for either of these two teams. So we'll see. But first and foremost, Gavudu hardpoint in front of us. And as much as the Gavudu control was not convincing for Iron Blood, hardpoint plays obviously very differently on this map because it's all about just controlling the map tempo. And that's where if you do want to run 4 ARs at certain moments or run a 3-1 split the whole time, that's where you can really punish teams. And I will say, I think just looking at what Iron Blood likes to do on their respawn, I do give a small advantage to them in this map mode combination in particular.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, as much as we just saw the Gavutu and how it played out, obviously hardpoint a little bit of a different beast, and you don't get punished as hard when you're only spawning in one spot over and over and over again. So certainly a chance to be able to get this to a map number 5, and if so, I'm sure that one will be very competitive based off of what we got in the map number 2. It was 6-3, but it's still a very fun one, very back and forth. Before we ended up going in towards the lobby reset here. But Gavutu hardpoint, man, this is a must-win for Iron Blood Gaming. And I mean, you just hit on the fact that there could be a chance of a tiebreaker, but I mean, also holding the head-to-head here is going to be critical, right? For that simple fact, if we were to get something like that. So even more emphasis on this matchup for Iron Blood Gaming to come away with a couple of wins here back-to-back if they want a chance to, again, get into playoffs, where that's where the pro points are going to be, right? That's where you need to be able to kind of have those runs, really put yourself in a spot where you want to be able to get as much as possible before going in towards that last chance qualifier potentially. So I mean, so much on the line. You never want to think like that far ahead, right? I mean, like we always hear, like, oh, focus on the next round, focus on the next play, this map, never think too far ahead. But in the back of your minds, you know it is there. You know the importance of every single map. And coming through here for Iron Blood Gaming, they're going to have to put it together and put it together quick.
So, interestingly enough, and again, my confidence in reading the situation is not super high, but based on what we're seeing right now, let's just assume Three Kings can find a way to finish off this series. Three Kings would be on 2 wins with a matchup tomorrow that they play versus Electrify Steel, who is yet to find a win yet. I mean, they've been kind of unlucky, if I'm being honest. If Iron Blood lose this series, they play tomorrow versus DTO, which you had labeled about, talking about that could be a head-to-head tiebreaker situation. If DTO beats D1 Gaming, D1's up 2-1 right now on them.
No way.
Yeah. So Latin America playing a little bit of spoiler might give us some climactic energy at the end of this group stage, because that would put it into a position where DTO might be stalled out at 3 wins. We would get a 3-way tiebreaker at 3 wins then for those 3 squads. So,
I mean, What's so funny about that, Alan, is like we were just talking about the fact that GTO, like, they'll probably have this next match, locked up. They'll be good. So the fact that if they lose that one, oh man, we are in for a day number 2 in week 2. That's all we'll say. But can't get too far ahead of ourselves. Still, the matchup here between Iron Blood Gaming and Three Kings. Three Kings up 2-1 as we jump into the Gavutsu right away. It's going to be mine that finds the first one. Assault able to get involved as well, and now early control, at least here for Iron Blood Gaming.
Yeah, really well done. 2 SMGs in the mix for Noisy and Exceed on the break attempt. They avoid a lot of the nades, and they turn this into a pretty convincing start for the side of Iron Blood Gaming. Assault a part of the equation as naturally he is, it feels like, around this first hard point. Noisy waiting for a time to try to find a prime position to get on in. Assault working with him on 4 in a row. Sees the shadow. Kill number 5 collected. And then as John Wick would, steals the automaton out of midair. Gets the reload off. SMG now in hand. Assault on 6. One more in the corner. Looking for the glide bomb early. But danced around by Yuli. Eventually collects. And just like that, it's a full-on spree in Iron Blood in the driver's seat early.
Yeah, Assault got team killed earlier, so I don't think it counts as a death. So I think he is still, 3 kills off of earning the glide at the moment. So unfortunate stuff there from Exceed, who took him out earlier. And that's going to make sure that he doesn't actually get the glide with a big kill there through the deep side. So Iron Blood Gaming now able to run away with things if they can hold on to the setup. But here comes the push. First one, good for Noisy. Now he's got a sub in his hand here, Alan. We'll see what he can do inside the ship. He's going to have one close on his tail. Tries to turn, but won't be able to burn. Cryptic and Yuli both get involved and break in.
Seat there for a little bit of support, though. Denied. So it's Three Kings in the mix with numbers, but losing out on maybe an opportunity to stop this next setup as the middle of the map is wide open. Yuli's timing is perfect, though. Gets behind 2 IBG members. Gets the double, no problem. And all of a sudden, Three Kings, they've immediately bounced back, just like you'd like to see, with a chance to maybe even threaten the P3 spawns here with this little push through.
41-35, Yuli from the front, has been able to get himself to a forward position, but tough challenge there versus Assault with the automaton. Now a nade over the top. Mind you, struggled to really get himself going so far here in the Gavutsu. It would be a great time to start to find head. Take some long-range shots there, but Assault won't be able to finish him off, and, well, everyone gets to kind of sit nice in sight up until the nades come flying through. Yuli breaks it open. Cryptic and Mine finally get involved. Cryptic finds another one for 3 in a row, and they'll be able to break themselves through at the front.
And the thing about this, with the timing at hand here, Austin, they can just play this from the front the whole way through. You've got Kaiser on rotation already. Yuli from inside the hard point is just trying to soak up every second that he's going to be allowed to, but Exceed's timing on this rotation is just as good. And you've got a chance to possibly actually keep Three Kings kind of pinned back into this P4 setup. Assault on the way forward, denied, and, well, now it's just on Exceed to try to play his life. The scrap time will be collected by Iron Blood, but Three Kings looking good for Radar, unless Exceed has something to say about it.
Yeah, Exceed needs to try to play his life. Just will be put down low here for the cliff path, and wow, Cryptic. I mean, it is a nasty heady, but nice reaction coming through, just barely surviving there with about 6 HP to his name, and now you have some front zoning, which is going to force Iron Blood Gaming to push through the beach side and try to break this one open. Assault is able to find the quick trade, but Mine's able to take his place and is able to respond down low again. So she'll be able to now continue to watch that cross. Kaiser through the beach side gets the read, and now the spawns are going to flip out into the back here, but it is still Three Kings in the hard point.
Oh, and they've got Mind on a perfect crossing angle to take down 2. And Iron Blood are going to feel like they have to kind of exit through the beach if they want to even try to attempt to contest P5 early here. Good nades off the spawn for Iron Blood to get back in and at least confirm some of the scrap time, but the long play, as kind of alluded to by Welly towards the beachfront, shut down. So you get a little bit, you give a little bit. We head over towards P5 at essentially a dead even game, but advantage of Three Kings, so to speak, as their setup is very far forward and this perimeter looks really good.
Oh, it does. I mean, you're totally okay with this here. If you're Three Kings Gaming, you get good 35 seconds and you flip them out, but you take a look at the other side of the map. Noisy's been able to get himself through. Spawns are now here for Iron Blood Gaming, and you don't have the assistance because of that forward setup that was coming through for Three Kings. So a lot of this pressure on Yuli to try to make whatever he can of the situation, but he's still able to pop out, just tucks himself behind the barrels and finds 2 off screen. Cryptic gets there for the 3rd, and it all comes down to what Yuli just did, holding on to that time all by himself.
And the route from Cryptic, by the way, was also really massive. Not only did it allow him a chance to help his teammate on the point, but it also kind of re-flipped the spawns back around here in this scrap time. So it's going to be about a full 60 for Three Kings through this 5th hardpoint. A very aggressive perimeter setup turns into a pretty solid trap of Ironblood in the back. And they're going to enjoy roughly a 55-point lead. Over towards P1 once again, though. Ironblood in control. Good circle set up already with ARs watching down towards the beachfront, but nades are always a concern if they can find a way to connect up top and try to soften up this setup.
This is where Ironblood Gaming had a really good start to the hard point. Up top will be a Sultan. A little bit of an off angle there, and now everyone else wins their individual gunfights. So able to fend off the first push. Ironblood Gaming now slowly working back in. Zelly's got some top control in the ship, and well, those are easy pickings for him. And now you're going to have to start to communicate, okay, we have to look at this rotation, and Kaiser's been the one to already assist with it while you have Cryptic kind of posted up in the ship. But this has been an incredible hard point here for Ironblood Gaming.
It's starting to feel very similar towards Berlin, where Three Kings come out the gate, outslaying Ironblood from start to finish. But once again, Adam Assault is just the king of the hard point. A minute 20 seconds inside the hill. Are you kidding me? He's missed out on 50. He's missed out on like 15 seconds, dude. Unbelievable. And now all of a sudden, with a couple of key wins on the old time, Ironblood have turned scrap to initial here at LST ship. You've got Yuli taking a long route to try to entrap the Ironblood team onside of P2, but you need to get kills, and these are hard gunfights to take.
Yeah, they are. They certainly are, and well, the same thing for Yuli, actually. He almost has every single second as well. Crazy battle back and forth between the two, but 30 seconds left on P2. And that's going to be a clean wipe that comes in. Now looking for some early zoning here through the front. If you can win this battle on Exceed, it could really ignite everything. He tries to cross, but Cryptic finds the head of Exceed, takes him out. Someone just needs to throw themselves on the time, and it's going to be Yuli who tries to push forward. 4 in a row for him, using this sub to his advantage. Up close and personal, Automaton in his back pocket as he tries to work for the back spawns, and he is still going on a spree.
Every gunfight from here on forward for Three Kings is a big one. P2 still active. Can you flip the spawns out? No. Noisy still spawns in, so to speak. God, Yuli over the top of his teammate, bro. He looks like Angelina Jolie in Wanted. He's bending bullets around everything at the moment. 6 in a row for Yuli. 1 off the glide. How I'm glad you got there with me. And now the player on the back, flawless. It's just unreal stuff from Yuli. Glide Bomber and Three Kings on the break.
Oh, this is so scary because you could actually invest the glide bomb here to secure all 30 seconds. The question is, are you really going to need it? Because you still have the forward positioning here from Yuli, who is still going on a spree. Well, finally, he stopped that ace. Cryptic looking for the aggressive challenge. Welly takes him out with a nade, and will be able to at least get one. But the problem is the time. The time is still going over to Three Kings.
It's tough, man, because you have to fight up against a glide bomb as well here for Ironblood. So even though you should be technically okay giving out this scrap in favor of looking for a full 60 on radar, the glide bomb could be used here to break open the back or just help influence the hit from the front. And it looks like Yuli is in a position kind of waiting for the opportune moment to use this. He's got help around him. It looks like they want to play around the back, oddly enough, which, honestly speaking, this could work out okay for Ironblood. Just comes down to how they get the kills from the front. Here's the glide. Down on the inside, Assault will fall, and they get the kill from the front at the same moment. It's on to Welly. He has to hold his life, and he's not even on the hard point. He's up top.
No, he doesn't actually give away his position just yet. Finally, now he's getting involved, but up close. Shots come through there for Cryptic still. Kill going neutral. Ironblood Gaming need to contest every single second, and Noisy is starting to find his stride. A couple of big kills for him as the spawn trap could actually ensue. Just a matter of finding kills. Can you keep them in back here? It's going to have to be Three Kings Gaming that makes the move, but they're just running in. They're fuddling in. It's 4 down, and you have the fast-track rotation anew.
Yeah, well, he spawned a little bit out, and he said, you guys are fine. They're not going to win the game here. I'm going to make sure we win this rotation to P5. They can absolutely still do this. With the glide bomb off the table, anything is possible. The exit, though, is relatively clean for Three Kings. They get the kills they need, but now it's down to how do you want to get to P5, and can you win those key locations needed? In particular, you're looking at this spot, topside LST ship, which Noisy gives up. Oh, boy. He doesn't even play for the top rope the whole way through. He's going to get out-traded here.
Oh my, they're able to deal with Noisy, but still they have to invest quite a bit of time before they can even, start thinking about setting up a hit going into the point. In Ironblood Gaming, they're 10 seconds away from closing this out, making the comeback happen, and sending us to a map number 5. Welly has the cross, just needs to try to survive. On the push now will be Three Kings Gaming, but they can't touch, they can't get in.
Not again.
Ironclad Gaming, Alan, they send us to a map number 5.
It's just, it's literally the same exact situation that happened on Berlin, dude. It's the exact same situation where you're up 80 points with resources to play with. The commitment I'm not upset with. I do question, I think, using the glide bomb to get around the back, just simply due to the fact that you're not going to naturally assume that anyone's going to just sit there and say, take me, you aluminum god. It's probably going to be like, we're going to rush on into radar. You would think that you would want to use that glide bomb to try to help a hit through jungle pathway and then the jump ladder, or ledge rather, from the front. And that decision to move around the back through the beach allows Welly to play his life a little while longer up top, and then Noisy and Exceed from the spawns outside of the ship, kind of close towards that jungle pathway, just allow him a free spawn trap. That decision's going to really sit in the back of your mind as you now have to all of a sudden look down a smoking barrel of a map 5 instead of what probably should have been a 3-1.
Probably should have been, but Assault had other plans. 27
Yeah, for real,
18
dude.
with a minute 56 in the hill. It's almost like this guy's like CDL material or something like this. I don't know. I've been
It's
hearing
weird,
that.
dude.
I've been hearing he's been coming from a background around there, but I'm not sure. But 27 and 18 here for Assault, 3,400 damage, just big stuff for him. I mean, he's doing it all, right? He's winning those long range battles. He's winning battles inside of the hard point while staying alive, playing his life, and still putting up the most amount of numbers. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, maybe there's something to be said about World War II style games and MVP
true.
performances from Adam. I don't know, dude. Just casual conversations. But my goodness, man, it's just, that stings for Three Kings now. Because I said that probably should have been a 3-1. It probably should have been a 3-0. But either way, we've got a map 5, and you absolutely know that we're happy to see it happen. So it's going to be Tuscan. Check real quick for what the Search and Destroy was. When we come back after our small break, we'll see who may have a statistical advantage or who may have been able to assert some dominance in the first search as we start to consider a very key map number 5. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Welcome back there, friends and family, challengers, fanatics alike. We have had some interesting affairs here in this series. On the day, honestly, not just in the series.
Yeah.
The hard points in particular have been, well, they've been wild. And that leads us now to a map 5 affair. You know, kind of going into the series, Austin, we talked about how Ironblood, to kind of control your own destiny, win this series, essentially just win out, you've got a chance at forcing at least at worst a head-to-head tiebreaker versus D2O. But things have suddenly changed to where we started to realize, wait a second, if D1 can finish off D2O, you've got a chance here for Three Kings to still get involved. So this is a huge map 5 for both these two teams.
This is, man. It is a massive map number 5 coming in. Ironblood Gaming, I mean, they've shown us they can be clutch when it comes down to, you know, the final rotations in the hard points. But when we look kind of back on that Bolkosh S&D, it was mainly controlled from Three Kings Gaming. They had that hot opening start where they went up multiple rounds. You know, there were a couple of clutches coming in. I think it was Cryptic that, you know, found that ridiculous 1 versus 3 off the back end of a couple of reads. It was either him or Kaiser. But, you know, there's been a lot of special moments so far here in this series. And now you're calling for more of them from both sides. Because like you just said, Alan, you set it up. This is a massive one for both of them if you want a shot at that final spot here in playoffs for the final stage here in the elites.
Oh boy, Tusken Search and Destroy. What do we have in store? I know I talked about the Bacage being my favorite Search and Destroy map in the game. This is my second favorite. For
Your second favorite? Are you just saying that? Or are you being honest?
No, I'm dead serious. This is my second favorite Search map.
Okay.
For similar reasons. It's just your ability to kind of read intel and then try to manipulate the map is, I think, really cool. Whereas on, like, you know, Berlin, it's just kind of like, all right, we're just going to stun the crosses and see if we see anybody. Oh no, we don't. Okay, you know. I like the chess game that happens on this map, Austin. Okay, let's go.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's get into it. Attacking first. Three Kings Gaming, Nathan over the top. Good in church. Won't find the kill, but Noisy. I thought he was going to open up the window and go for the aggressive challenge, but he's probably going to wait for Exceed to get him information, and then he might decide to do so. But at the very least, he's got at least a good position to watch over mid.
Oh, the nade will open the window. Oh my god, that is sexy. What a play. Noisy quickly up to the ledge. Nade will pop open the window. First blood is collected, and Three Kings are stopped. You have to deal with Noisy before you can go to either bomb set. You can't let him stay here.
Oh, Noisy.
Oh, God.
He almost finds another. Holy. 2 versus 3 now as things have to slow down a little bit here for Three Kings Gaming. And not a ton of utility to work with. Kaiser still has a nade to at least place. If they can use it to open up the player into the back, who's going to have likely a top angle through this patio, kind of push through, then it's likely going to be a kill for Assault if they're not ready for it. But it might be a last-second call, maybe to move over to A. Yuli's kind of peeking, trying to figure out what he can get away with, but you're low on time. You've got to make a move.
Yeah, you just have to commit, and it's going to have to be a blind commit. Although, Kaiser is up in towards radio and hasn't seen anything at B, but that's not going to be the call that Yuli has, and he's actually stretch planning this. Exceed's not going to check. He should be able to play for the exit. Oh, the chase is on. The chase is on. Pistol shots aren't going to make it. Oh my god. Kaiser will eventually drop though. And things should be good unless Yuli can double up right here. Not going to happen. My goodness, I thought for a second, brother.
Yeah, I could tell. We got some opera out of you there for a second. So
yeah.
I knew we were definitely in for a spicy one, but man, oh man, I mean, that is really the beauty of the stretch plant there, where Yuli kind of clears out mid, and he just is completely safe from that angle that Exceeds holding inside of you. So overall, they're still able to, of course, get in there, find all the necessary kills afterwards, but definitely an opportunity with, you know, limited time and almost an impossible situation there for Three Kings.
Glad you like that. Clayton just says, opera is indeed Italian. I happen to be Italian. Coincidence?
I think not.
I think not. 2-2 split this time for Ironblood's offense. This is going to allow them a chance to really kind of sell potential fake towards A, but the problem about this is Three Kings are heavy stacked over towards headquarters, and as First Blood gets kind of traded around, it's a desperate reflip back over to A that Three Kings are not going to allow to happen. Just good tempo for them in the middle of the map.
Little shoulders back and forth here for Welly, just seeing if he can maybe work for that player top church, but the bomb being down, we'll have to kind of backtrack here for it sooner or later, and having to find kills to do so is likely going to have to be how they get it. But 2-0 for Welly. He's had a good start here so far in the round number 1. Can he now chain this into a bit of a push through? And well, based off of how they're playing, it's like they know The bomb is likely down here, but Welly's going to open up this window. That's likely going to be a bit of a sound cue coming in for Yuli, who's playing the tight corner with a sub. Welly, however, though, takes the challenge, and Yuli's going to win that 9 times out of 10. Now it's all up to Exceed.
Yeah, kind of forced to have to take the challenge there, and that just goes to show the control for Three Kings is just so convincing. Something about SMGs doing well in close quarters, part 17. It's turning into a elongated novel here, but it's for Three Kings. This is what you worry about if you're Iron Blood, where they can just flip a switch and run 3 solo subs essentially through the B part of the map in particular for that round, and it just all of a sudden, how do you deal with it? Especially if you're coming out the gates expecting to play a little bit slower with ARs, all of a sudden you're forced to have to take gunfights, and that was, I think, a lot of it kind of categorized by the gunfights that we saw on screen. So a good response for Three Kings. Back over to the offense. Quick look over towards the A fields. Welly nearby. Noisy also playing a bit further forward. Gets the opener and also gets away with his life for at least now. Going to be challenged, though, by Yuli as he forces forward, and we get ourselves to an early 3v3.
Yeah, just a little bit of a kind of 1-for-1 there. Noisy just needs to get the information, get a kill, and if you can exit, great. If you can get 2, even better, but it's all ultimately going to always lead to a trade, and it comes through. So 3 versus 3. Yuli is also on the 4 spree, so 3 off of earning a glide. He is also the bomb carrier, so not always the easiest to get it, but maybe a chance to do so. Mine just kind of peeking through radio to see if he can make something happen through the front so that they can attack through the back. And, well, this B site is actually open, so a lot of this pressure coming down to Welly to kind of get information on this for his teammates.
Considering how close Iron Blood's flankers were towards mine, for them to not see each other, I was going to say maybe extends the lifeline here for Three Kings, trying to make a play happen towards B, but Assault is able to pick up on the kill. Bomb is still going to be planted. Welly watching the doorway for now. Will immediately check the bomb. Sees a player close by, and two individual gunfights are won. And just like that, what was a 2v3 turns into a 1v2 the opposite direction. All of it now on the shoulders of Exceed.
Yeah, and Exceed's going to be spotted, and he has a sub in hand here, so not really going to be the easiest to work with. As both players going to back all the way up. Try to force out the engagement. Yuli takes the challenge, and Yuli wins it. That's another kill there for Yuli. He's getting closer and closer to the streaks, and what a massive clutch round coming through there for Three Kings.
Wow. Wow. It's just all of the rounds that we've seen for Search and Destroy, even including the second map, maybe save like 1 or 2. If you were to take like a screenshot of the map and ask anybody who is like a super avid fan of Call of Duty, like, who do you think wins this round based on these things that you're seeing? The opposite has been true. It feels like so far. It's just hard to predict, and as you had mentioned, we go on board with Yuli, who is going to get very quickly over towards the monument. Has to have a little bit of help, but he gets what he came for. Got the glide bomb. It's going to come at a cost of a 2-for-1 exchange, but the streak has been earned. And honestly speaking, even though Iron Blood's going to get a plant off, there is a chance if Cryptic can push back Assault, they could contest this still.
Yeah, they definitely could. The hard part here for Kaiser is that stun actually doesn't connect. He's just going to have to take a longer range challenge or wrap back to mid. So he has to make a decision, and it looks like he's just going to be playing slow. They're hoping for an isolated gunfight, for someone to kind of go for a shoulder peek, go for a challenge, but everyone tightens up through the back. It's a double stack through fire with player 8, Exceed, kind of watching their flanks. So really difficult setup to break down, and a tough gunfight there. Exceed's almost always going to win it. Kaiser now just going to look for the trade.
Oh, Sue's not going to allow that. Pops up, sees what's going on. Takes the kill, no problem. Yeah, it's that round is literally just make sure we get the glide bomb round. That's the play call, it feels like, for the side of Three Kings. So even though you don't quite get the round, you do get what you came for. And who knows? With how this map has gone so far, a good glide bomb could be the difference maker. Could also just be getting behind on the scoreboard. Could be one of those two things. So Iron Blood's defense, they've wanted to get Noisy forward in towards you almost every single round. That's not going to be the case this time. It's a reserve setup looking for team nades. And this is actually going to work out really well for Iron Blood. They're going to realize that, okay, glide bomb is a potential. You've got the chance to stay safe from it, and you can also keep Church in your possession while you try to defend against B. This is a great read defensively for Iron Blood.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it's going to be an aggressive play there for Exceed. Maybe he thought he had the timing to stop them from getting into the back, but he is unable to contest it. Assault, though, is able to get one back. Big nade, going to tag up Kaiser, slow him down maybe just a tad bit, but long-range shots are good. No trade comes in. Tries to reach out with a pistol, but likely just kind of searching for some info here, waiting for the next one to pop his head out. 45 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to play with. But they do have a chance to drop this at B, but it's a double retake through top radio.
And Yuli's only got an SMG. He might get pushed off this angle. Noisy is going to freely slide forward, but they don't see him. They don't see him at all. Assault was focused on what's going on back towards the back sign through the defensive spawn. He never holds the angle on the side door to radio. You can see it right there. He's looking to contest where Mind is positioned. And Yuli just stays alive, reads the intel, and clutches up the 2 kills. Oh, what a turn of events.
Truly. I mean, the trigger discipline in the situation too, right? There's a lot of players that just fire right away as soon as Noisy crosses because you're having the communication that, hey, I'm planting the bomb. You want to keep him safe at all costs, but Yuli kind of knows that even if they get him, I'm going to be right behind them and they won't know. So I love the play. I absolutely love it. And Three Kings now able to pull ahead, and well, Yuli 9-2. Remember that map number 5 I talked about a little bit earlier on in the year? He's bringing some of that out right now as he's already got 9 kills, 5 rounds in.
Ironblood's got a great read, though, on this early aggression from Three Kings. The stun check early gave out kind of the head nod. Yep, indeed, Three Kings are trying to play forward, but the team nades that were sent afterwards do not connect, so a chance at first blood now missed, as Three Kings will back out and reposition. But they are going to have to play retake over the course of a couple of different key points on the map. And it's Yuli and Mind trying to work together from the field. And Welly's really not in a great spot for this fight. He gets one, not going to get the second. The trade is good. Exceed off the bomb, able to help. And that will turn numbers now once again to Ironblood's offense. But Three Kings can contest this from Church.
Oh, and Yuli. Of course it's Yuli. He finds one. Oh,
Unreal.
He gets inside of Church. Are you kidding me? Yuli gets out with his life, and Assault is forced to plant this. And he might have a chance at least at being able to get this and reposition, but he's going to have to get through the likes of Yuli at 11 kills and Kaiser here for the 1v2.
He just wanted to play for the clutch up spot, hit the dead silence triggers, maybe a little bit too late, and just runs right into the remaining Three Kings members. That's, honestly speaking, I consider that to be just like a thank God round for Three Kings because you did get red off the get-go. Like, the stun check early through mid-L read all of that play. And you saw the team nades getting cooked up and tossed over towards Well. They just weren't good enough to confirm a kill. Lots of damage and hit markers, I'm sure, were found, but no full elimination. So Three Kings kind of able to escape the first blood and then be able to reposition was largely everything because Ironblood had a really solid read on that. But now it's a 2-round advantage, and once again, Yuli's in a position to play for more streaks.
Yeah, I mean, how absurd is that to say out loud? A second glide bomb potentially on the table, but will at least be a first blood here for Ironblood Gaming. They'll find it onto Mind, who is yet to get involved whatsoever on that scoreboard. Exceed responsible for watching over P5, and well, he has just found himself in a great spot. A double lineup, easy 2-piece there for Exceed. That's going to stop the second streak of Yuli and put Cryptic in a 1 versus 4.
And really defensively, not much change this round for Ironblood. It feels like this little 2-2 setup has worked out okay for them. It's just when it feels like anytime you start to see these kind of forced gunfights over towards U and A, it doesn't really work out for them, largely because Yuli was doing Yuli things. But I'll be curious to see if there's going to be a different look to send out next time for Ironblood, as the Lantern will end the round. It did a lot of damage in Chicago back in the 1800s. It'll do the same thing here in this round.
Lanterns hit a little different.
What do you know about the Chicago fire? Anything?
Nothing, but I just know the lanterns in Vanguard are pretty disgusting, but I don't know anything about the Chicago fire. I'm sorry, Alan.
So the rumor of the Great Chicago Fire was a cow kicked over a lantern at a barn, and it started the Great Chicago Fire.
It was a cow?
Mm-hmm. It's also why that's why Chicago's called the Second City, because it had to get rebuilt the second time.
Oh, they're leaving lanterns on the ground out there? Cows to kick over? Jeez.
I guess so. Gee.
Well, they're doing a good job of shutting down Yuli, which is probably going to set you up quite well. I didn't think Mine was going to find that kill, and if he didn't, well, he might not have found one, period. Kaiser and Cryptic, 2 versus 3. Nades over the top here. This is not going to find Noisy. He's going to stop himself from pushing all the way up here and looking for a plan, and it's still very passive. Lots of time to play with, but it's a bold call here. They're going to try to push out through mid just to kind of watch over this A site, and Cryptic does at least have a good solid position while Kaiser's going to try to watch his back and help him up through mid if needed.
Yeah, and this position from Cryptic is actually everything because Ironblood are going to commit. They're trying to plant here. Do you see enough of the fanny pack? Sure do. But, well, he gets the trade. But has Kaiser revealed his position? I don't believe he has. And Kaiser, you sneaky little panda bear. Trying to work his way through the middle of the map. Not going to work out. The check from Top Fire completes the finish. And that turns it into now 4-4 all of a sudden. And I think we're at the point now where we can start saying, all right, someone needs to help Yuli. Like,
yeah, someone does need to help Yuli, right? Like, I mean, he's been doing it all. Like, in some of these rounds that also probably shouldn't have been won for Three Kings Gaming, like 2v3s or just man disadvantages altogether. Like, a huge part of it is because Yuli finds a kill and gets out with his life. So he's pulling off some of these just unreal plays, and you can't expect that over and over and over again. So needs some help. Someone else needs to get involved. But either way, back-to-back rounds for Ironblood Gaming, knowing what's on the line here. Important map, important head-to-head to have over this Three Kings Gaming team. And Yuli, well, he switches over to the Automaton, but nades coming through are going to be good to stop him from going from the plant, at least so far. But maybe he wants to try to stick it again, but the timing is so good as they flood through and they'll take him out.
Yuli says, bail, bail! He sees all three players just stampeding at him. And now a 1v3 for Mind, who's only been able to tally a single kill so far. Oh, he just misses a little piece of timing. If he would have gone a little further forward, he would have found one for free. Able to take down one. Decent look at Exceed, but weakened up just a touch more rather, than allowing the full clutch to come out into play. And Ironblood now 1 round away. And if I'm Ironblood, I'm not going to lie to you, dude. I think you set up with an aggressive hit through A field here. I think that you look to get aggressive, get onto the bomb site as fast as humanly possible, and force Three Kings to have to respond to you. Let's see what they do.
I like that. I think that could be a really good call. And, I mean, so far, like, trying to battle out through A-Long has not really been, you know, a strong suit here in this game because your ARs aren't really performing well. So they might not want to take that challenge, but I think Assault got info onto more than one member, that's for sure. It's a 4-hit through mid, and it's an aggressive challenge from Mind. Assault punishes it, but Kaiser, how has he been able to come up with 2? And that's also the bomb now down.
And the thing about the double kill came from you. So not only is that the bomb down with significant defensive control towards A, but you also don't have the middle of the map necessarily in your favor. Assault escapes the trade. Also looking for a glide bomb. How big would that be for a potential round 11? Shots onto Cryptic were nearly good enough. Not going to work out. So everything resets, 45 seconds on the clock. And Assault has already hit the triggers for his dead silence. He is going to need to move quickly right here, right now, if he wants to have a chance.
Yes, he's going to have to. And, man, if he finds that kill on the Cryptic, he calls in the glide, right? And all of a sudden it might be over. But we'll see what ends up happening here. Assault in the 1 versus 2. Shoulders coming through. Kaiser might have gotten info on him. He's going to reposition down low. The bomb, of course, still going to have to be the big factor for Assault as he continues to play with his food back and forth. Kaiser holding on, going to reposition to the other side of you, but Assault's going to come around the back. He's got limited time, and I think he might just be playing for this final kill for the round 11.
He's going to have to peel Cryptic off this heady. Sees the information, and they're not even going to bother. Okay. So Assault was, I think, at certain moments looking just to get the glide bomb out of this round in this quote-unquote clutch situation. Not going to happen. So we go to a round 11 with Adam Assault 1 off a potential game-winning streak. We also heard the update in our ears that DTO lost to D1 Gaming. So that leaves a lifeline here for Three Kings. If they win this round 11, there's still a chance at a 3-way tiebreaker situation. This round 11 just became crucial.
It is everything. An Assault with an early kill here on the defensive side could almost lock it up, having a glide to play with. So much more insurance. Stun over the top, not really going to find anything inside of fire. The bomb off the rip, though, is going to be coming over to the B site. And also, interesting enough, Mind's going to be the one carrying it to maybe try to enable Yuli a little bit more because he's just been frying so far in this map.
Nade to top fire, not going to connect, but Wellies does. Okay, so Cryptic will fall. And have Three Kings maybe gotten a little bit too soft here, just off the fact that they didn't want to give away a streak to Assault, because now you're kind of underneath the minute mark in a 3v4. You've got no information across any part of the map. And if Wellies gets a good shoulder, he's going to read that the hit's coming towards A. And yeah, he's going to get this read off. Look at the defense scrambling. They're going to full stack for a full flood through topside field. Yuli looking to hold on. Mind, though, gets one, gets away with his life. There's no trade. Mind gets a double. And now a chance to plant. It's all on to Welly and Exceed.
And Assault goes down, so now there's no Glide Bomb in play, but Exceed gets one. Mind has been able to come alive here in the final round. He had such a slow start, but could he get all four up close and personal? Well, he gets one, tries to go to the sub, but he is denied. Three Kings Gaming. They'll find back-to-back rounds and close out the map 5 round 11.
I cannot believe that's the way that happens. I mean, there is zero information for Three Kings anywhere on the map because they're expecting to see early set nades coming out, hoping that Assault will maybe benefit the 7th kill by way of an opening set frag nade. They do what they have to do, stay away from Assault. Welly still gets a free kill, though, off the nade up towards Fire, and you sitting back in your spawn means you don't know what's over through headquarters. You don't know what's in your face over towards fields. There might even be players inside the middle of the map. You don't have any information. But for them to get into you and Mind to drop the last 3 kind of kills in a row there is undescribably clutch, especially considering the start to the map that he had. And all of a sudden, with DTO losing, now it's kind of up to, okay, Three Kings, now you've got to win out, and Ironblood have to beat DTO tomorrow to have a possible 3-way tiebreaker situation at 3 wins for each of those teams. Oh, boy.
Yeah, tomorrow gets really interesting now, but man, mine just like basically channeled like his inner Scumpy from like Aftermath, Black Ops 2, map number 5, where you're just like 1-2 kills going into the round 11, and then you just pop a 3-piece. Like, wow, man, if you know, you know, but that is incredible stuff coming through there for mine. Just ridiculous with the back end of not finding a single kill, like going into like round 8, somewhere around that mark, and being able to pull something like that off is huge. I mean, not trying to undermine what Yuli was doing, because Yuli is the reason that they ultimately come out with that win. 14 kills to his name, putting on just a really important performance, finding a lot of really clutch plays, and a lot of those Three Kings Gaming's rounds were off the back end of winning with, you know, not having all the numbers, Alan, just being first-blooded in a lot of those rounds and being able to still clutch it out. I mean, you just have to look at that as a factor here for the squad. We know what they're capable of doing. It's just a matter of doing it consistently, but big moment here for them as they close that one out and, you know, continue to keep themselves alive somehow here in the playoffs.
Here's the thing. We saw it there for a moment. I don't often talk about the first death category. Mind had 4 first deaths, but he tallied 5 assists and 1,000 damage, which was the second highest on his team next to Yuli that had like 13 or 1,400. So even though he wasn't finding necessarily straight up value on getting kills, he was setting up his team to at least be able to trade out those opening engagements, which is one of the reasons why when you look at first kill percentages and stuff like that, like you only get part of the picture, because even if you get first killed, but your teammates still out trade 2 for 1, you win that first blood engagement. So yeah, that's, I think, just honestly speaking, even though it's a statistical rough game as we're going through round by round, and I'm sure that YouTube chat was letting Mind have it for the first like 5-6 rounds, the fact of the matter was, the offensive rounds that came through by way of Yuli, and the streak that was earned by way of Yuli, was made easier because of those 5 assists and all that extra damage. So I'll go back to bat for you there, Mind, because on his scoreboard, he thinks he just went 10-10, which is perfectly fine as someone who's going in as the entry. So, wow, unreal stuff.
Truly unreal stuff, and that one's going to sting. Ironblood Gaming, right? They're looking pretty solid when it comes to the hard points. They had a lot of great moments in those final hills, but you know, the S&Ds just could not get it done. And wow, that one really close. I mean, that one even, you know, a chance to be able to combine for what was like 3 rounds in a row, because Three Kings Gaming, they were up 4-2, and then they started to find, you know, kills onto Yuli, slowly shut him down a little bit. But man, oh man, get it done in round 11. Good stuff for them. And like you said, now they have a chance to be able to somehow make something happen tomorrow, holding the head-to-head here over Ironblood Gaming. Just absolutely huge.
Yeah, I don't know if we've got the updated full-on standings, but that comes now to a conclusion, I believe, I think the entirety of the day. I haven't seen reports on the 705 and Ultra matchup as of yet. That's the only other one that's kind of going on. At the moment, it actually looks like Ultra is up 2-1 over 705 going into a Tuscan hardpoint. But those teams are comfortable. They're fine. We've got 3 teams kind of coming into today that were looking good for a top 4 spot, and with them taking care of business in their opening matchups, that will be guaranteed. Whatever it takes at 5-0, 705 and Ultra NA are at 4-1 each at the moment, with obviously a grudge match going on. But the biggest storyline here is what happens tomorrow? DTO at 3-3, 3 Kings and Ironblood Gaming both at 2-4 means that there is a potential 3-way tiebreaker situation, as 3 Kings will play up against Electrify Steel and Ironblood Gaming will play up against DTO. So if you're DTO, yeah, you lost to D1. You could have put yourself in the playoffs today, but you just have to win tomorrow and you're in. No tiebreaker nonsense. Crazy stuff.
I mean, Challengers just doesn't disappoint, man. Like,
never does, man.
It really never disappoints. Like, it feels like we just go through this almost every single time we have an elite stage. These three-way ties, these head-to-heads, all of it factors in, and all of it comes down to sometimes just one map, one match could have played the difference if you were able to win it out. So tomorrow, it's going to be a real special day for us overall, just based off of what we got today. If it's anything like today, I don't know what's going to happen to me, Alan. I don't know if I'm going to be able to contain myself, man.
Oh, I won't be able to. I'll tell you that right now. No doubts
fair.
or questions about it. It's just no holds bar. Everything's going to go wild tomorrow, and I'm pumped to tune in and watch the action, as that kind of obviously alludes towards our broadcast is coming to an end this evening. All of our teams have one more match to play, and I'll tell you, it's not just the North American tiebreaker situations. The European ones are looking crazier, as there maybe could be a 6-team tiebreaker situation in Europe. So come back tomorrow, same place, same time, to figure out which 4 teams from Europe and which 4 teams from North America will make our final season of Elite playoffs. It all winds down tomorrow. We'll see you there.